Good afternoon to you and welcome to this particular live broadcast of the National Assembly on this 5th day of July. The year is 2023. A broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Before the House officially commences business this afternoon, allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business today, where members of the National Assembly are set to consider quite a full entry of order paper this afternoon. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Environment, Forestry and Mining will be moving a motion before the floor of the House. This particular motion pertains the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement of management of hazardous wastes within Africa. In this particular motion, the chairperson and his committee seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Matters Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa, as well as the control of the transboundary movement and management of hazardous wastes within Africa. This particular report was laid on the table of the House on the 4th of May, the year is 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Sections 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making, as well as Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of the hazardous waste within Africa. The debate on this particular motion was already concluded upon, and what remains is for question to be put, where members of the National Assembly are expected to sort of vote in matters to do with the adoption of that particular report. The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Environment, will equally be moving a motion on the ratification of the Minata Convention on Matters Mercury. Away from the agenda by the Committee on Matters Environment, let's now have a look at another motion that will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. This particular motion is a motion that National Assembly will be resuming debate on. It is the approval of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles. The consideration of the Consolidated Funds Service expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates is a motion that will be moved by the Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee, Honorable Member for Mbalambala, Honorable Abdi Shurie. And in this particular motion, the Chairperson seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures under the financial year 2023-2024 budget estimates. This particular report by the Committee on Public Debt was laid on the table of the House on June 21st, on Wednesday. The House will this afternoon also consider a motion by the Chairperson on matters delegated legislation. This particular motion is on the consideration of the draft charter for the Open University of Kenya. This afternoon, we expect the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Honorable Alice Wahome, to answer questions from members of the National Assembly in regards to various issues pertaining to lakes and water usage and distribution in the country. Allow me to hand over for the live broadcast of this particular National Assembly live proceedings that will be presided over by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula. You can also catch us on YouTube, courtesy of Parliament of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, Twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote ambayo yatafikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri yenye nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, we don't have quorum. Can you ring the division bell?
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell, and this is to pass on to standing orders of the House, standing orders number 34, subsection 1 and 2, that gives the Speaker to issue powers to issue such directives when the House lacks the requisite quorum to commence business. According to the standing orders of the 13th Parliament, at least a total number of 50 members of Parliament are required to be in the chamber at any particular time when the House is sitting. As members of Parliament make their way into the chamber this afternoon, allow me to take you through some of the questions that Honorable Alice Wahome, the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, will be answering on the plenary this Wednesday. And remember, the House amended its standing orders, and every Wednesday afternoon, Cabinet Secretaries are set to appear before plenary to answer questions of interest to members of the National Assembly and the public at large. Given priority in the order paper this afternoon are questions by Honorable Member Samuel Atandi, the member for Alego Usonga, who will be asking the Cabinet Secretary to explain the steps that have been put in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyaboli, which has caused floods in the area and displaced people and destroyed properties in Alego Usonga and Budalangi constituencies since May 2023. Honorable Atandi also wants Honorable Alice Wahome to state measures being pursued by the government to conserve the lake view, and that is on the verge of extinction despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national and the county governments. The National Assembly has raised that particular quorum for this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast.
Order, honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th July 2023, afternoon sitting. 1, notification on price stability target and the economic policy of the government for the financial year 2023-2024, budget from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein: the Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority, Kinango Technical and Vocational College, Mabera Technical and Vocational College, Rangwe Technical and Vocational College, Ikudha Technical and Vocational College, Kiptaragon Technical and Vocational College, Kapcherop Technical and Vocational College, Bomet Central Technical and Vocational College, Bomet University College, Baringo Technical College, Friends University College Kaimosi, Maseno University, Masai Mara University, Narok West Technical Training Institute, Mandera Technical Training Institute, St. Joseph Technical Training Institute for the Deaf, Nyangoma, Siaya Institute of Technology, Kisumu National Polytechnic, Agrochemical and Food Company Limited, Kenya National Shipping Line Limited, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya National Highways Authority, Road Maintenance Levy Fund, Kenya Wildlife Service, Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Agency, Water Services Regulatory Board, and the Kenya School of Government. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority. Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration. Wanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th July 2023. This is the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection on various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community.
The next Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. OS Chepkonga. Any member of that committee who has any brief? Is there a member? You have a brief? You are soliciting for the brief. Yes. Do you have the paper to be laid? As Honorable Sunguli, no, it's the only one. Okay, Sunguli, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of this House today, Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, being a report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, being legal notice number 29 of 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julius. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Wanjiku Muya.
Notice of motion, inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African region, laid on the table of the House today on Wednesday, 5th July 2023.
Thank you, Wanjiku. Sunguli?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, published as legal notice number 29 of 2023, laid on the table of this House Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 24(1) of the Universities Act 2012, approves the value-added tax, electronic internet and digital marketplace supply regulations 2023, published as legal notice number 29 of 2023.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, before we go to order number 7, allow me to move to call out order number 8 and 9 so that we dispose them off because they're just putting questions.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. Question to be put.
Thank you. Umolheri, take your seat. The nearest seat. Honorable members, at order number 8, I now beg to put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th May 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Bamako Convention on the ban of the importation into Africa and the control of transboundary movement and management of hazardous waste within Africa. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. Question to be put.
Other members, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 21st June 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now we'll go back to order number 7. Majority Leader, we are today supposed to have questions from directed to the Ministries of Public Works, Lands, Public Works and Housing, Labor, and Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Before we start, Majority Leader, I see a letter here from the Minister for Labor and Social Protection, very casually stating that the Minister is on official engagement outside the Nairobi County, whatever that means. You are the one who coordinates that. Can I hear from you?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that we had scheduled those cabinet secretaries, and as I communicated in the usual Thursday statement last week, the cabinet secretary for labor is among those cabinet secretaries who are to appear this afternoon. And Honorable Speaker, we also did resolve the same in the House Business Committee yesterday, and we expected her. Honorable Speaker, it's important for the House to note that we have rescheduled the appearance of cabinet secretaries through the House Business Committee twice in the last 2 weeks because of the urgency of the finance-related bills, the Finance Bill, the Appropriations Act, the Supplementary Appropriations Act, and all the other business that we had in the last 2 weeks. And therefore, these cabinet secretaries and the cabinet secretary for lands and housing were scheduled to appear 3 weeks ago. And twice we have had to reschedule them and communicated the same to the ministries and the cabinet secretaries. I have also been copied to the letter, Honorable Speaker, that is in your hands, and I have to agree with you that indeed this letter is not only discourteous, but is full of contempt for the House. Because the letter says that reference is made to the letter from the clerk, referenced above, dated 27th June, inviting me to respond to the above questions. I wish to notify that I will not be able to appear for the plenary session as scheduled because of an official engagement outside the Nairobi County. The purpose of this letter, therefore, is to request for rescheduling of the session to next Wednesday, 12 July 2023, in a time that is convenient to the members and forward written responses to be presented during the plenary session. Honorable Speaker, as you have said, this letter is just not casual, but very contemptuous of the House. And it must be clear to all our cabinet secretaries that they don't appear before the National Assembly or before Parliament as a favor to anybody. They appear before these elected representatives of the people to be accountable to the people of Kenya. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to begin first by apologizing to the members. The member for Konoin, the Honorable Brighton Yegon, the Honorable member for Yata, Honorable Basil, and the Honorable member for Kiambu, Mashua Waithaka, the Honorable member for Kirinyaga, who came very early, seated behind me, Honorable Jane Maina, and the Honorable Joyce Kamene, the member for Machakos County, who had questions lined up for this cabinet secretary for labor, the Honorable Florence Bore. Honorable Speaker, I was saying it is not just discourteous of a cabinet secretary to write such a casual letter, and not on Friday, and I'm sure she must be following, being a former member of this House, she must know that on Thursdays there is a statement from the House Business Committee that schedules business for the following week. She didn't write this letter on Friday. She has written this letter today. And that is why I say it's not just discourteous, it is contempt for the House. And we must make it clear as a House that we shall not allow any cabinet secretary, however powerful you think you are, however mighty you may perceive yourself, to hold the people's representatives with contempt and the institution of Parliament. We will do whatever it takes, Honorable Speaker, and all members of the cabinet know what it can take to protect the constitutional mandate of this House and of Parliament. When I look at the questions that these members are asking, these are issues of grave concern to the people. And for a cabinet secretary to write a letter to say she's engaged in official business which you don't even define, Honorable Speaker, let me disclose, I've just spoken to her on phone, and she's telling me she was going to inaugurate a board of NITA, National Industrial Training, something that she can reschedule within her own ministry. But the House sittings cannot be rescheduled to suit the whims of cabinet secretaries. And we will not allow that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, None other than President William Ruto has made it clear in public, and I am certain even in cabinet meetings, that the business of the House takes precedence over any other business. And that is the tradition of Parliament. When you are a cabinet secretary and you're invited to Parliament, that is a business that takes precedence over any other official engagements. Not NITA, not attending funerals, not attending weddings. Whether you're in Mombasa,
Fine.
wherever you are, we don't care. Come attend to the concerns of the people. And we must make it clear to this cabinet secretary, Honorable Speaker. And as majority leader, I will never stand here to defend a cabinet secretary or indeed any member of government who is contemptuous of the House and contemptuous of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, the president himself has even committed that he shall never hold a cabinet meeting on a Wednesday afternoon because he wants cabinet secretaries to appear before the House, not for us to come and admire them, for them to come and be accountable to the people, because the president has every intent on ensuring that his cabinet and his administration is accountable to the people. Honorable Speaker, the minister tells me when I call her that she can appear here at 7. And I told her it is not your business to schedule when to appear. It is the business of the House to summon you when the people want to summon you. Honorable Speaker, I said I must say this because the Honorable Florence Bore goes to the record of this House as the first cabinet secretary to fail to appear before the House. It is not a good record, but it must go on record. She is the first cabinet secretary in the history of the 13th Parliament to contemptuously fail to appear before the House. And this is behavior that we must not tolerate, so that it serves as a warning shot to others, as they used to say in Vioja Mahakamani, kwa wengine walio na nia kama yake. So, for the others who may have such intents, notice is served. And I say notice is served from none other than the majority leader who has that responsibility to ensure that we schedule them and they appear. And they must appear, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me just to note that she had requested that if the House will still be sitting, and I told her that is not for me to decide. It is for the House to decide whether by 7 p.m. we can wait for her to catch her flight from Mombasa, from the NITA meeting. And I will leave that to the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. You know, questions are limited to the first 3 hours of our sitting, from 3 to maximum 6. Secondly, you are right. In her letter, she says she wants to appear on Wednesday, 12th July. No minister appears in this House on their choosing. They come on the scheduled time of the House. So please communicate with the ministers, because you are the one who is the link, that the House takes a very dim view of any minister who does not come to the House, because under the Constitution, that are accountable to this House on behalf of the people of Kenya. Thank you. I'll only allow the minority leader if he has anything to say. Yes, Wanjala, what's your point of order? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the leader of majority for the issues he has raised against that very minister. This is the very minister who sent police officers to frog march a member of parliament when she had grabbed a house belonging to the honorable member before she even paid for the house. She has no respect for the elected leaders.
That is extraneous, Wanjala.
Sorry?
That is extraneous.
She is very arrogant. She has no respect for the elected leaders, and it is this house that vetted her. We are senior than her, and it must be on the record that we, as members of parliament, will be moving a motion to impeach that minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll only give the minority leader, and then we move to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your leader will speak for you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just came when the Honorable Leader of Majority was on his feet regarding this matter, Mr. Speaker. Ordinarily, I don't delve into matters of cabinet secretaries and their engagement with the House. But on this one, Mr. Speaker, I want to adopt in totality the sentiments that have been expressed by Honorable Chungwa and add that there's something that seems to happen to people once they go to the executive. There are people who are in the executive who previously were in this house, like this particular honorable lady. Once they cross to the executive, they acquire some holier than life, bigger than life status, and they think that they can lord it over everyone. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of principle, this is the organ of government that oversights the other organs of government. Mr. Speaker, we oversight the executive, we also oversight the judiciary in terms of their budget, and we oversight the independent commissions. So this message must go out very clearly and loudly so, that regardless of who you are, and especially if you happen to sit in the cabinet, you must understand that apart from being answerable to the appointing authority, you are squarely answerable to this house. And if this house invites you, everything else can wait. In fact, must wait. And you run here to address the issues over which you have been invited. Mr. Speaker, I have heard a lot of complaints from my members here. A lot of complaints from my members here regarding this particular cabinet secretary about how contemptuous she continues to treat not only members of parliament, but also the institution of parliament as a whole. This is something that cannot be countenanced, especially in the face of the 2010 Constitution, which bestows on this House enormous responsibility. Enormous responsibility. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that if this House wants to protect its integrity, its credibility, and safeguard its independence and authority, it must use one such case as an example. Just take the boldest step and indict this cabinet secretary once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I will be more than happy. Honorable Chungwa, I'll be more than happy to second you if you are to move a motion here of impeachment against this cabinet secretary. And there are many. There are many, these kind of persons, these characters. There are many. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I don't engage with them, but my members do. But the reports I am getting is that there are a number of them who are behaving in a similar manner. We want to remind them, wherever they are, that you cannot wield any more power than people who have been elected by Kenyans and sent to this House to represent them and address the issues of concern to the whole country. You could be sitting in State House or in the Cabinet Office, in your Cabinet Minister's offices, but you must understand that this House has got authority over you. This House. So I want to really plead, and I'm seeing this letter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this letter on the face of it is really insulting. This letter is dated 5th July, which is today. And I am told she was required to be here. I didn't know because I don't take much interest. But I am told she was supposed to be here today. If you got a letter inviting you to Parliament for whatever reason, either to a committee or to the whole House, for whatever reason, 3 weeks in advance, you cannot wait until the last minute and then you write to Parliament that you are engaged in some nebulous activity, in some dingy places. Mr. Speaker, you cannot do that. And in fact, I will be inviting, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I will be inviting my colleagues not to wait for the Honorable Chungwa to initiate that process. I would be inviting my colleagues, especially on this side, please proceed and initiate the process of sending this cabinet secretary home, and you will get my fullest support. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not escalate that debate. I think wherever the minister is, she has had order. The minister has had very strong sentiments from the leadership of the House. And I'll order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Ichungwa, you just remind the minister her responsibility under Article 153 of the Constitution. Order. We'll now have Minister Alice Wahome of Water, who is in the House. We'll move to that. Honorable members, and I want to thank the majority and minority leaders. This House is the center of the people's will. And ministers under Article 153 of the Constitution are accountable to the House. And the words of the Constitution say, whenever required, shall attend, not may attend or will attend, shall attend to the House. So, Honorable Ichungwa, you are showing a good example as majority leader. And Wandai informed the minister that, and indeed all ministers, none of them comes to the House at their choosing. They come to the House when the House has material for them to come and attend to. So it's contemptible for a minister to write a letter and say, I'm not coming today, I'll come next Wednesday. She doesn't know what is there next Wednesday. Now we have the Honorable Minister for Water, Alice Wahome. We have about 4 questions for you. I want you to compose your answers. I should be done with you in an hour. Hold. The question must be asked first. The member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And like we have evolved, Honorable members, Honorable Atandi, hold your horses. We allow the member, the questioner, to ask a question. He will have the second bite on a supplementary. I'll allow one joy rider. And if there is sufficient reason, I can give a second one.
Okay.
Honorable Atandi, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 7 of 2023 in today's order paper. And as you have said, the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Question number 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps that are in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyaboli, which caused floods in the area that displaced and destroyed property in Alego Usonga and Budalangi constituencies in May 2023? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state measures being pursued by the government to conserve the lake in view of the fact that it is it is on the verge of extinction, despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national and county governments of Siaya on account of its unique species of fish and its support to aquaculture and other associated human activities. Number 3, could the Minister indicate the timelines within which the affected victims whose properties were destroyed and who have been rendered homeless by the calamity, when will they receive compensation? Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Atande. Honorable Wahome, may I proceed to answer?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope the mood is good, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to thank the honorable members who have forwarded these questions. I'll make my response to the honorable member who has raised this question, the member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi. Honorable Speaker, the first question was to explain the steps in place to resolve the issue of collapsing dikes around Lake Kanyambori. Honorable Speaker, I wish to state that the flood control across the country is being implemented by the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. The purpose is to bring the effects of flooding to manageable levels by implementing projects that will reduce perennial flooding problem. Going to the question that he raised, Honorable Speaker, the Lake Kanyambari is a Lake Kanyambori is an oxbow lake found along River Yara. The river disconnected its course during the meandering stage, forming the lake. In 1968, the government of Kenya, in collaboration with Netherlands, constructed the retention dike to reclaim Yara swamp for agricultural purposes. The dike prevents water from the lake entering into the reclaimed land. Honorable Speaker, over the years, the stability of the dike has deteriorated. When the course to the lake got blocked, water gets its alternative route, and hence the breaking of the dikes, and submerge the farms, destroying, of course, properties along the way and displacing people. The ministry, through the National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority, Honorable Speaker, has put in place the following measures. 1, restoration of old dike. The authority has resurveyed the old dike to ensure the narrow areas are expanded so that large volumes of water is contained within its course. The collapsed end or breached or broken section of the dike will be redesigned and constructed afresh to meet the functional integrity of the dike. We are also going to do dredging of the river channel. Due to continuous silting, Honorable Speaker, the river channel has also been affected by the silting. We will work on that to allow better flow and better depth of the river. Construction of the new dike in the areas where the water escapes and submerge the farms, the authority will survey, design, and construct new dikes. These measures will regulate the flow of the water downstream and protect people from the effects of the flood. The budget we have come up with, Honorable Speaker, is Kenya shillings 200 million, and this will enable the complete restoration of the dike to meet its full functional requirements. However, due to budgetary allocation constraints, Your Honorable Speaker, this can only be done in phases. In this financial year, 2023-2024 fiscal year, the government, through my ministry, has allocated Kenya shillings 30 million for the restoration of the dike. Honorable Speaker, we will be seeking the support of the honorable member and other members of this parliament to support the entire budget along the year. Honorable Speaker, I go to question number 2. What measures are being pursued by the government to conserve the lake in view of the fact that it is on the verge of extinction, despite being a source of tourism revenue for both the national government and the county governments? Honorable Speaker, we have undertaken the following. A study on the lake catchment area to determine the intensity of the human activities which generate negative effects to the lake and River Yarra. We will also sensitize the communities upstream to ensure that human activities are friendly to the environment and hence reducing the sediment in the lake or loading into the lake. We'll also institute a program of dealing with desilting the lake and rehabilitate the deteriorated catchment area that will include the community around the lake. Honorable Speaker, I've been also asked to indicate the timelines. I would say it is immediate. The ministry is obviously not able to comment to the question on compensation, Honorable Speaker. These are hazards, natural causes. The ministry has no funding for compensation and will not be in a position to compensate property lost, lives lost. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, but this is a natural disaster that cannot be placed on the government. When flooding occurs, the government is found in that situation, and therefore it is not a matter that the government would be able to deal with. Thank you very much.
Does Rollins and French apply?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I beg your pardon.
The famous case.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do agree. You know, the movement of the river is something. It's just like when an animal is found on the road, the animal is supposed to be compensating the person who is driving the car, if especially the cow is yours, not the other way around. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Atandi, supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me say, Honorable Speaker, that I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the comprehensive and well-researched response which she has given to this House on the question which I raised. I just want to plead with her for the following: that one, if it would be possible for the authority to begin to work on this on the lake as she has promised, because right now, before the long rains begin, this is the moment which, if any work is to be done, it should be done now before the rains begin. That is my first prayer, Honorable Speaker. My second prayer is that she has indicated that there is an allocation of 30 million shillings which can be used to begin the work. And Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that this House allocated about 350 million shillings to address the questions of flooding across the country. And given that this particular flooding of Lake Kanyabuli is affecting livelihoods of about 20,000 people, about 10,000 people in Alego Usonga in 2 wards, Central Alego and Usonga wards, and also in Budalangi constituency. I was going to plead with her that out of this budgetary allocation, if she could consider increasing the allocation so that we sort out this issue once and for all. That is my second prayer, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, I wanted to tell her that as the area member of parliament, I'm going to cooperate with the authority to ensure that some of the recommendations she has put here that will require the intervention of the community to address the perennial flooding are handled well. I'm going to cooperate with the community and we work together on that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice, I can take note that. I can take one joyrider. Yes. The Honorable Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I also want to thank our capable Cabinet Secretary, who is an immediate former colleague, and her response to the call of the House is very, very important, and I applaud her for that. Honorable Speaker, Nyando constituency is known for nothing but flooding. In fact, all across the country, whereas we struggle to speak Swahili, but we have one lady with a begging emblem saying Serikali Saidia every year. And Honorable Speaker, this is orchestrated by the perennial bursting of the riverbank, River Nyando, that causes great havoc to the people of that area. And every year, Honorable Speaker, we have to move to higher grounds. 3 schools have since permanently relocated to higher grounds, and we had to abandon former schools, putting aside monies, especially from CDF, to build a new school or new schools, Honorable Speaker. So it is a disaster that is not just in waiting, but it is a disaster in place.
You are making a speech. Ask a question.
Honorable Speaker, my question therefore is, whereas this is not a new phenomenon, what is in place by the ministry to address this perennial flooding of Nyando constituency? And again, there is Atao Head, which is a small island at the mouth of the river Nyando getting into Lake Victoria, which should be dredged to also help address this menace, Honorable Speaker. So I would want to hear from Madam Waziri whether I need to go back home and tell them to brace themselves for the longest haul, or there are plans in place to help us address this once and for all, Honorable Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister will take Wanjala as an additional joyrider.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfair when we ask questions, you call us a joy riders, because the question belongs now to the House, and any member is supposed to
enjoy the joy, Wanjala. Ask the question.
to contribute. But thank you, Waziri, who is our former colleague. And I remember I predicted to her she will be a minister in the next government, and she will confirm that. And indeed, she is today. As she is aware, Budalangi is known for flooding from 2 rivers, that is River Yala and River Nzoia. And these rivers require training and dredging. In fact, on Yala, you cannot build dikes because it is already in the swamp. So the best thing to be done is to train it and dredge to allow the waters to move into the lake. So what plans do they have? Because when you are allocating 30 million, it's meager, and yet you will allocate to other places with the dams. You allocate big monies, and they are just squandered. But this is about the lives of people who have cried year in, year out. Would she consider increasing the allocation? Because this affects the lives of people whose houses collapse every year, whose everything that belongs to them is washed away. And Mr. Speaker, we saw in Nakuru, when the dam broke and water went into people, collapsed people's houses, this government, Mr. Speaker, erected or built houses, new houses, in fact, permanent houses for those people in Nakuru. Why is it so difficult to build also houses for the people of Budalangi when they are affected by this flood that collapsed their houses?
Thank you. Last, Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you are aware, when Wanjala suffers, I suffer more, because when they are displaced, they come to stay at my place waiting for the water to recede. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to ask the Minister or the Cabinet Secretary that while they are trying to solve the issue of Kanyaboli in Alegu Songa as well as Mdalangi, please ask the technical people to also include the riverbed around Mahabam in Namuduru sublocation, as long as the Sidoho Dam, that now because of the flooding from Budalangi, has now combined, now we literally have a river connecting Sidoho Dam and Nzoia River, essentially displacing close to about 100 households in Mahaba area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Alice. You have attended supplementary, Jared Okello, Wanjala, and Oundo. If you can answer them in that order.
Thank you. The Honorable attendee, supplementary question is as to whether we can increase the amount of 30 million so that possibly we can do more work. And maybe when are we starting? We will start immediately because we now have the budget. But in terms of increasing the amount, I may not be able to commit now because the amount of 300 million that you have pointed out is actually 450 million Kenya shillings, but it is going to various rivers to deal with the same problem like the one facing your constituency. So for now, I think I will not be able to commit beyond 30 million Kenya shillings. But as we go along, possibly, and you could also visit our offices so that we can have a candid conversation about the funding and how constrained the funding is. The second question, supplementary one, is from Honorable Okero on Livanyando. The amount of 450 million shillings that I have talked about, where we have taken the amount of 30 million for the first dike. We also have 30 million for the Livanyando, and therefore all this work will move simultaneously. We are aware of the challenges of Livanyando and the perpetual flooding, but may I confirm that, and I'm aware, the long-term solution actually is the construction of Soikoru Dam, which is a 20 billion project that was meant to regulate the floods in Livanyando. We are having challenges in funding that particular dam, but we have called out, we are reconsidering putting it out for private investment because initially it was funded, it was hoped and designed to be funded under EPC, engineering, procurement and construction, under GOK, entire 20 billion. For now, our physical space is unable to meet that, so we are reevaluating the project to commit it to PPP. The last question, Honorable Wajara, thank you very much for your support. I want to confirm to the Honorable Member, and I believe he's aware, that we have recently taken up a project of 34 kilometers of dikes construction along River Zoya, which has costed the government approximately 2 billion Kenya shillings. So your constituency and River Zoya is also in our planning, and more work will be done. Indeed, you have taken the largest share. And finally, is it Mahaga? Honorable Oudo, I will look at your request, and I believe we have factored this particular one under this budget. If it has not been done, we will reorganize that particular budget because internally we can be able to do that for this specific flooding component. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Let her finish answering Oundo's question, has she? She's finished.
Yes, I have finished, Honorable Speaker.
And
Wanjala,
Wanjala,
other questions.
the rules require that when you call out a point of order, you don't have to stand up until you have been given an opportunity to do so. What is your point of order, Honorable Wanjala?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, sometimes you wear glasses, so I thought you were short-sighted. You may not see far. That's why I'm studying. But, Mr. Speaker, it was very clear that in Nakuru, the dam broke, Solai Dam. And we saw the whole government, this very government, went there, and then it reconstructed for the people's houses, permanent houses. In Budalangi and in Nyando, we have had floods, our houses collapsed, our properties washed away, our crops washed away. When we ask compensation, they skip those kind of questions. Would she be clear to answer what criteria did they use to construct houses for the people in Nakuru, and they are not able to use the same style to construct houses for the people of Budalangi?
Yes, because there's another point of order here.
Mr. Speaker, the Solai Dam tragedy occurred in December 2018. This government that is in place was elected in 2022. So here I'm raising on a point of order on facts. Honorable member for Butalangi Wanjala is not being factual. And I think a serious matter like that of people of Solai having been involved in a dam tragedy should not be trivialized by the member in such a way. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice, can order, Wanjala, order. There is order, Wanjala. There is no altercation between you members. Alice?
Thank you.
Order, Wanjala. She's responding to your point of order. Order, Wanjala. Order, Raphael Wanjala.
The honourable member is pursuing the question on compensation of the people who have been affected. I had earlier said that it is not possible for the government of the Republic of Kenya, which you are part of, to be able to meet compensation claims for all people who may be affected by natural disasters, be they earthquake, lightning, floods, even sometimes the movement of earth. However, during such crises or disasters, sometimes the government is able to recorrect itself and respond like any other Kenyans whenever we call for support, both from public and private, and under the rapid disaster response, then the government would sometimes be able to make some interventions. But on individual compensation, day-to-day flooding, that honorable member is expecting the government to do things it is not able. In any case, the government cannot be said to be liable over those kind of disasters. Thank you.
Member for Ikolomani, Bernard Shinali.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask question 158 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why implementation of Moist Bridge Matunda water supply and sanitation project was transferred to North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agencies, despite the fact that 60% of the project catchment area falls under Kakamega County, and critical stages of procurement, namely advertisement, award of tender, and project evaluation had been completed under the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency. Number two, clarify whether the North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agencies has the capacity to successfully implement the project, considering that it was allocated only Kenya shillings 10 million in the financial year 2022-23 supplementary budget for recruitment of staff, and if so, provide details of the action plan taken by the agency for implementation of the project and timelines of completion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Alice. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question by the Honorable Bernard Shinari, MP for Ikoromani, I want to go straight to the response, if I'm allowed, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, the first response to explain why the implementation was moved from one agency to another, and the agency that is now handling the matter is the North Rift Valley Water Development Works Agency. This agency is one of the 9 waterworks development agencies under my ministry. It was established by Gazette Notice in 2020. You are right when you say that it was allocated money, 10 million for last financial year, but now we are in another financial year and it is still supported by the government. Honorable Speaker, the project will be carried out by the agency. The procurement was done by the Lake Victoria North, but implementation of this project has been agreed that it will be carried out by North Rift Development Agency, Waterworks Development Agency. We will implement using the design, and the data available does not reflect the position of the honorable member, because we are talking about or covering 186 persons, 103,186 persons. Because you say that 60% are from Kakamega County, and I really don't think we should profile these particular issues. 55,000 persons are from Moy's Bridge town, which is entirely in Uasin Gishu. That leaves a balance of 47,000 people. In total, the number of persons to be covered or who will benefit from this project, Honorable Speaker, from Uasin Gishu County is 74,552, translating to 72%. I have put in an annexure there to support that data. The intake and treatment plant are located in Trans Nzoia under the jurisdiction of Lake Victoria North, that is true, but the water will move on gravity. Going further, the main storage tank of 1,200 is located in Maji Mazuri, which is in Uasin Gishu. Treated water gravity, again in the same county, out of 5 storage tanks that will be constructed with this project are located in Uasin Gishu, and 1 storage tank in Kakamega. The rest of the project is located in Milimani area of Uasin Gishu, Maji Mazuri, and the last one at Seleni one. Okay, maybe that one I will leave out. But finally, Mr. Speaker, Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency did the award and then transferred the final contract to North Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency. It has, we have assessed the agency, and the capacity of the agency has been properly evaluated. The agency has 29 staff, most of whom are deployed from the ministry and sister agencies. The technical competencies are 6 engineers for this particular agency, 1 each for hydrologist, geologist, and sociologist. Most of the deployed staff are senior and competent officers in water and sanitation. Therefore, it is not quite factual or true, and with great respect to the honorable member, to say that North Lift Waterworks Development Agency does not have any capacity or sufficient capacity because of the sum of Kenya shillings 10 million. May I confirm the sum of Kenya shillings 10 million was for purposes of additional capacity by way of staff employment and other technical support. And therefore, it's one of the agencies that we put out for purposes of support. Finally, the agency has also been allocated 200 million Kenya shillings to start the project for the last supplementary proposals. And then we are looking at, for the current financial year, a further Kenya shillings 400 million. And we are ready to start the project, Honorable Speaker. The project will be completed in 24 months, and my annexure speaks to that, including the data of the persons that will benefit. Thank you.
Ali, are you satisfied? I give somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not actually satisfied with the answer. Maybe the Honorable CS requires more information because the staff she's talking about, Mr. Speaker, was actually transferred from Lake Victoria North, including the 10 million that we are talking, she's mentioning, which I have mentioned here, was also transferred from the administration money from Lake Victoria North, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe we want Lake Victoria North water agencies to continue serving the people of the Western region. This is the only major project which was there. Since the one which was also there, Kakamega Bungoma bulk water is also stuck, maybe somewhere, I don't know, maybe the CS will enlighten us on the same. We are wondering actually, Madam CS, if this is happening, if Lake Victoria North is going to survive, looking even at the budgets which are there, and they have been moved to Lake Victoria North, to North Rift Valley Waterworks, Mr. Speaker.
Innocent Mugabe. I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would want to do a follow-up question on the same. Moi's Bridge Matunda is in my constituency of Likuyani. And one, I think the CS is not well informed, or whoever gave her the data gave her the wrong data. I live in Moi's Bridge. When she says it is entirely in Uasin Gishu, the people of Likuyani may think that somebody from Uasin Gishu came to be their MP. So that one is not factual, because a very big chunk of Moi's Bridge is in Likuyani, Kakamega. Number two, this is a very emotive issue in Moi's Bridge and Matunda, because we have very serious boundary issues between Kakamega and Uasin Gishu. And over time, Uasin Gishu has been encroaching the Kakamega side. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, we have a primary school in Moi's Bridge called Moi Township where I schooled. Administratively, it is in Kakamega, but geographically it's claimed, and that whole area is claimed.
Ask the question related to this.
My question is, what was the motive of transferring this project from Lake Victoria North to a new agency that is struggling with the capacity called the North Rift Waterworks? Number two.
One question at a time, Innocent.
Number two, we have, when we were designing this project, North Rift was part of the Rift Valley Waterworks. But the project was designed and the procurement was done by Lake Victoria North. The wisdom was, it is Lake Victoria North had better capacity and even a better implementation system because of the location and the beneficiaries of the project. Majority were in Kakamega County. Then when they created the North Rift Agency, what was the reason now?
Mugabe, you are debating. You are not asking a question.
Now
what is your question?
What was the motive of transferring it from Lake Victoria North to North Rift Water Services?
DK. Member for Soy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's quite unfortunate that the member for Lukuyani has been discussing and has decided to IFE part of Moisbridge area into Lukuyani, but I want to state categorically that Moisbridge, which is Moisbridge ward, falls squarely in Soy constituency, was in Kishu County. So I also want to state what the CSR said about North Rift Water Services. North Rift Water Services is a new water services that is handling that region. And that project, 75% of that project serves the people of Soy, that is the people of the entire Moisbridge, which falls...
Order, DK. Honorable member, this is question time.
But I need to clarify
because we are asking the minister questions, and I've given you an opportunity to joyride on Shinali's question.
So,
both you and Innocent Mugabe are making speeches instead of asking questions.
I will ask.
Can you ask your question?
Okay. My question to the CS is that looking at the volume, looking at the portfolio of the project, which is about 2 billion, and looking at what has been awarded so far, which is around, the last time I checked, it was 40 million, and now I'm hearing that it has been given another 200 million. When are we going to complete the project so that the people of Moisbridge and the people of Matunda, which falls squarely in Soy constituency, can be able to benefit? Thank you.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the question that needs to be answered here is that what informed or misinformed the decision to change the works from Rift Valley North Water Services to Rift Valley Water Works, that is a new entity.
No,
what informed?
Is it from Victoria North to...
Yeah, from Lake Victoria North to to Waterworks, the new entity. What informed that decision? Is it vendor driven? What is the intention?
The member for cases, Alice, take all those and answer them very quickly because we are running out of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to raise this question, especially pertaining North Rift Waterworks. And since it has come to the floor for discussion, I want to pick up a question with the CS to tell the country, and more specific, the people from North Rift, that the spirit behind formation of North Rift Waterworks was to address the challenges of waters related to the entire almost 8 counties that falls within North Rift.
I want to know what plans are there to ensure that particular waterworks is capacitated enough in terms of staffing, in terms of resources, because we are endowed with several water bodies within that region. For so, like I said, we have Karita Dam, we have Cases Dam, that Lake Victoria developed some little works, but then it is incomplete. What plans are in place to resource North Rift waterworks to its full capacity in terms of employing staff, in terms of giving adequate resources, so that water challenges can be addressed in that region, in that spell to the ladder? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bukose?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the CS to explain to us the benefits that the people of North Rift, especially, you know, when this Reef and Soya on the upper side is Sabwani, and then Kimoson, which is in Endebess. How do the people in the upper part of the Reef and Soya, now that we were neglected by the Lake Victoria North, how are we going to benefit? What are the benefits that the people of North Rift, especially in Endebess, Kwangsa, and parts of Kiminini, which are along that river, going to benefit from the new body?
Last, Bissau. After that, you answer those who got the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, mine is a supplementary one to the CS. We are the producers in Trans Nzoia. That is where the water source comes from, starting from the Cherengani Hills to the Mount Elgon side. But if you look at the situation in Kiminini specifically, hardly a tenth of the households have the water. Now, we would like the CS to assure us, even as she thinks of the restructuring, that she will consider the producers, because most of those pipes, when you're distributing the water going to the North Rift, to the Eldoret side, or to the Kakamega Bungoma side, they come through Kiminini. So we would like the minister to reassure us that this is the simplest and cheapest installation, that people of Kiminini are going to be assured that they have the water before it's actually distributed to the other areas. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, can you answer those?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I will seek indulgence of members to answer those questions maybe jointly, as much as possible.
They're all related.
Because they are all related. But I could start with the last one about Kimilili and say that once a project is designed and it has been implemented, it has started the journey of implementation, procurement is complete. Sometimes it is not possible because the design guides the implementation journey. It's not easily possible to change. However, the honorable member might want to visit the ministry so that we look entirely at the area that he has raised the concern and see what plans we may have as a ministry or what plans we can take on board to deal with the concerns of that particular community. The honorable member Bukose also is following on the same. The upper part of this particular project, jurisdiction of this project, do not seem, and in fact, the North Rift area as a whole, because the need for the North Rift as a waterworks development agency was because the Lake Victoria North was covering a very big area, and ownership issues and implementation challenges, including maybe neglect because of the huge region that it was covering, made it necessary or justified the need for the new Waterworks Development Agency. The agency is here with us. We cannot, as Parliament, sit and complain about capacity. I think the honorable members should help me to build capacity for this agency to be able to implement the project. The project has a consultant in place. The consultant is experienced. The contractor has won the contract on basis of capacity. So in terms of implementation, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to the members, and the members have the role of oversight to play. Let's work together and ensure that this project is actually completed. I want also to say that in terms of the issue of what was the intention, may I confirm that it was not ill-advised, it was not motivated by any particular bad thinking, but for purposes of the larger community ownership of where the project covers. I agree, Kakamega is, people are a beneficiary, but when you look at the population data, you will find that it is well suited to be implemented by the North Rift Waterworks Development Agency. And I think the questions should be, will Kakamega or the design area be covered irrespective of which county it is? Yes, we will go by the design, and therefore there should be no fears. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, the question that would put this matter to rest is when we shall complete and where is the funding. On where is the funding, the ministry has worked to provide last budget, which has ended, 200 million, and then we have also in the current year, Kenya shillings 400 million, that gives us 600 million. It is one of the projects that actually we could say, taking into account the entire cost of 2 billion that has been able to secure, we have been able to secure sufficient portion, noting the final basket of the country that is completely constrained. So I'm comfortable with the 600 million, and the next, during the period of the project implementation, we will be able to engage Parliament for the balances so that we can complete. In terms of soil, so the issues of whether it is soy or Moi Bridge or Kimilili, I think I would plead with the honorable members, we deal with the implementation of the project so that the areas it can cover. But going forward, in case it is possible, you know, and that's why I'm inviting the honorable member for Kimilili, we can look at additional intake if the resource, the water source, is able to cover, but not immediately. Let's first implement the project and see then whether there is a possibility of variation of the design so that we can come to Parliament to get additional funding for an extra intake or expanded intake beyond the current design. Thank you.
For Turkana Central, Joseph Emade.
Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 42A6B to beg to ask the question. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, provide a report on the status of Nauros irrigation scheme and Nadoto irrigation scheme in Turkana County, and explain the steps put in place to rehabilitate, expand, and sustainably operationalize the irrigation schemes? And number 2, outline measures that the ministry has put in place to expand irrigation farming in Turkana Central constituency so as to enhance food security and alleviate poverty, given that the aridity in Turkana County does not permit rain-fed agriculture. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to the answer on issue number 1, that I provide a report on the status of Nauros irrigation scheme and the other scheme, Nandoto scheme, both in Turkana County, and explain the steps that we have put in place. Honorable Speaker, Nauros irrigation scheme is located in Kangatotha ward of Turkana Central Sub-County. And this is a community-owned irrigation project that covers about 500,000 acres. The scope of the works carried out included rehabilitation of the intake works, lining of the main canals, sub-main canals, tertiary furrows and basins, bird protection works and fencing, all at a cost of Kenya shilling 62 million. The construction started in June 2013, so it is an old project, and completed in the following year, 2014, and handed over to the community for production of food. Currently, the scheme is not operational due to unstable intake. Yes, due to unstable intake of high silt, result of the high silt load from River Takwel. The National Irrigation Authority has, however, carried out needs analysis of the project, and the following rehabilitation works have been proposed. Without possibly taking too much time, in short, we are saying we will do the rehabilitation, intake and protection works, construction of main canal, desilting, branch and block canals, dike draining, road crossings will be attended to, and division boxes and check structures. And we have put in a budget of Kenya shillings 34 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. The rehabilitation works will be implemented by NIA, and I believe Honorable Speaker, we have provided for both schemes, the next one that I'll go to, Kenya shillings 50 million to commence the work that the Honorable Member has concern about. That is the irrigation scheme, number one. Then number two, Nandoto irrigation scheme, Honorable Speaker, is located in Kerio ward of Turkana Central constituency. The community initiated this scheme around 2004. The community mutually constructed the intake and canal as well as distribution system to facilitate crop production in the area. Due to inadequate, unreliable water, the community approached the district irrigation officer then under the Ministry of Water and Irrigation and developed design proposals for rehabilitation and expansion of the works. That was 2007 and 2009 period. The implementation of the proposal was affected by limited funds. The project proposal was then submitted for implementation under the expanded National Irrigation Program undertaken by NIA. The scope of the works include rehabilitation of intake works, lining of the main canals, sub-main canals, tertiary, and as shown there in my response. This scope was expanded to cover 25 acres, was expanded from 25 acres to 500 acres and to benefit 1,200 households at an extra cost of 79.8 million shillings. And the project implementation started in 2013 and completed in 2015 and was handed over in August 2015 to the community. May I say it is still a community project. Since its completion, the project has been affected, as I said, by high silt load from River Takwel, and hence optimal performance of this project is in question. And further, it has been infested by the famous Mathenge, or infamous, sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mathenge plant, and that therefore has reduced production for this irrigation project. We have done our studies, and we have, Mr. Speaker, given that in my response, I believe the honorable member will be able to pick up what I have said in response, and the total cost of the intervention works that we shall undertake through NIA cost Kenya shillings 42,350,000. And I have said, in total, that particular irrigation scheme and the other one are covering about 80 million shillings, an amount that we have so far secured Kenya shillings 50 million, and therefore we will be able to proceed with the intervention works to see how these two schemes can come back to full production. Honorable Speaker, the other question was what measures the ministry has put in place to expand farming in Turkana Central constituency so as to enhance food security and alleviate poverty. Ministry has carried out a needs analysis to Turkana Central and identified that there is urgent need, and we all know, to ensure that existing schemes are functional, that is one, and that they are productive. We are also in liaison, working together with the county government, identifying new areas for purposes of irrigation, and as a policy, you are aware, the direction of the Kenya Kwanza government is that we want to put under irrigation close to 1.8 million acres. Turkana County is on board towards that effort, and therefore looking in for collaboration with Parliament because of the crucial role that Parliament plays in terms of funding. It is possible then to have additional land for irrigation, but also revisit all the existing schemes for expansion for better enhanced production. And for these particular two projects, we are moving them, as I said, to each have 400 acres put under irrigation, and we are planning also to undertake an immediate inventory mapping of the existing schemes, potential areas, as I had said, and the honorable member will be advised when my team goes to the ground for some of those interventions so that we can have the participation of the honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Emade.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to applaud the effort that the Minister or the CS has made, and the assurance that 50 million is already set aside. But, Honorable Speaker, in line with Article 43, sub-Article 1C of the Constitution of Kenya, and also in line with SDG number 2, I will beg the Minister, the CS, to give us the assurance that even the extra amount or the balance of 28 million or so will still be available in this financial year of 2023-2024. That's my concern number one. Concern number two, Honorable Speaker, is the assurance that the current president, President Ruto, is the one who launched this project of Nauros irrigation scheme. And to me, there is that assurance that President Ruto will still remain felt under that irrigation scheme, and that the minister, the CS, I will request as my question number two that he plans when will she be able to come to visit these two irrigation schemes that are not distant apart but separated only by the river. When is she going to come so that she can be able to understand the kind of people who are in this area, so that she brings her heart from Nairobi and takes it also to Turkana, and also understand.
Joseph, you have asked two
number
questions.
Three,
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Two are enough.
To see if
Irene Mayaka.
To see if, Honorable Speaker, to see if.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Members,
Honorable
when I
Speaker,
give you a supplementary, just ask one question.
To see to that, apart from using canals, is there a way in which dryland farming can also be exploited? Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Irene Mayaka, one question, please, each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And yes, I do have one supplementary question to the Cabinet Minister. Mine is a follow-up on an issue that, as Nyamira County leaders, we had sought audience with the Cabinet Secretary regarding the issue of having our own water and sewerage company, because currently we are sharing one with Gusii County, and I'd just like to know from the Cabinet Secretary the status of our request to her. I thank you.
Professor Phyllis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Cabinet Secretary is in relation to an irrigation scheme in Moiben constituency called Meibeki Irrigation Project. That project had been designed last year and had been tendered, but all of a sudden it was stopped. I don't know for what reason, so I'm seeking for a clarification from the CS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a supplementary question in the form that, Mr. Speaker, there are many irrigation schemes that have been started in this country, in different parts of the country. Even where I come from, there is Lower Kuja irrigation scheme. Mr. Speaker, these irrigation schemes, since they were started, all of them, all over the country, and a lot of money appropriated by this House in form of budgeting, no single crop has come out of those irrigation schemes. There's nowhere they feed anywhere, any people in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, they're almost turning to a scab, to a biggest scandal in the country. What will the minister do this time differently, so that at least we can have a single bag of maize from these irrigation schemes?
Roeda, Alice, those are very short questions. I want you to take the shortest time possible.
Okay, Bwana Spika, swali langu kwa waziri, ana mipango gani kwa watu wa Lamu Mashariki kwa upande wa unyunyizaji? Kila maeneo bunge tunasikia kuna unyunyizaji. Sisi pia watu wa Kiunga wanaweza kunyunyiza, na kuna bawa kule ambalo tunaweza, wanapanda sana matikiti maji. So na pia Lamu Mashariki kwa jumla, mipango ya maji kutoka Tana Delta kuja Lamu Mashariki imefikia wapi? Kwa sababu tumezunguka na maji, lakini maji ni chumvi, watu wa Lamu Mashariki hawana maji.
Who is the member next in front of you, Roeda? I can't see clearly there. That is Protas Akuja.
Yes.
Yes, Protas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary a very short question. And the question is, when will be the contractor for Kakwem Dam situated at Kenya-Uganda border in Urum location? When will he hand over the project and be able to repair this particular dam, because the dam cost was around 250 million, and this dam has started leaking and is about to break its banks, which can be a disaster to the community living downstream. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me, the Honorable Member for the last question. Loima
Akuja from
yes,
Loima
Akuja,
Turkana.
my good friend Protas has even maybe written to me. If it was not part of the issues you raised, may I confirm that I'm available. We visit that dam in August, so we will give you proposed dates that possibly we can do that. May I leave the rest of the answers after we have visited, or solution solving the issues after we have visited, and I'm sure we will want to be accompanied by you, Honorable Speaker, and other leaders in that region.
Honorable Minister, if the dam, if what Protas is saying is true, that the dam is leaking and almost breaking its banks, will August wait for you?
The Honorable...
I would expect that as you plan to visit, just assure the House that you'll dispatch your senior engineers to go and check the dam immediately.
I will do that, Honorable Speaker. I will do that.
Voters, is that all right? Excellent. Go on, Alice. Dispatch
there
your
is-
engineers immediately to go and check so
I
that
will
we
do
don't
that.
have
I
another
will do
Solai
that
dam.
immediately. We will organize ourselves and do that immediately, and then we go and see the progress. Honorable Speaker, the question by Junet is a very general question and possibly an accusation or a generalized condemnation of all the irrigation projects in Kenya, which I think it is an unfortunate position, and I believe the honorable member must have been a big supporter of some of these projects, considering.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I think you are consulting with a member. The Cabinet Secretary is saying my question is unfortunate. And my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. I was asking the Cabinet Secretary, now that the irrigation schemes did not work, the previous ones, what is he going to do differently? That's a very fair question, Mr. Speaker, very fair. Because he's a new person, so what is he going to do differently so that we can have one bag of maize from one irrigation scheme in Kenya?
No question that is fortunate or unfortunate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is because in his particular constituency, we have 19,000 acres of
Irrigated land.
3,500 acres implemented under rice, the crop of rice. So we are growing rice in
Yes,
that area.
order. Yes, Junet, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I will wish to inform the Cabinet Secretary that there is no irrigation scheme in my constituency. We only do sugarcane farming, and that's not done through irrigation, Mr. Speaker. Maybe she's confusing with maybe Bungoma South or North, somewhere else, Mr. Speaker.
I thought, the honorable member, I was not talking about the small constituency, the actual constituency. Nyatik is part of your area of jurisdiction, and therefore you have 3,500 acres of rice crop growing. So, and I don't want to talk about Bura, which is continuing, and we have plans to expand. I think your question was, what plans do I have to make them work better? And therefore, we have plans to expand, raise funding for expanding the existing by increased acreage, and of course, better production will be expected. We have rice in Mwea, we have smallholder farmers under irrigation, and therefore I think I would plead that we get your support to increase more acreage under irrigation, and of course come up with issues like inputs, implements, fertilizers, money for fertilizers to improve and increase production. The ministry hopes by the 5-year term that we have, we are able to reach 1,800 acres of irrigated land. There are several other questions that were raised. Honorable Mayaka, issue of Gusii County.
She just, when are you giving, she says, when are you separating them from Kisii as Nyamira?
I don't know whether you, Honorable Member, you are referring to an agency, under the agency, the Water Development Works Agency, which are under my ministry, or you are seeking a separate company, you know, the Muascos and Muswascos, for example, in Muranga, or Ruasco, or, you know, if it is a water service provider company, that is determined by the governors when they need, because they are the ones doing water provision. In terms of a new development waterworks agency, we will not be able to come up with a new one, but we can improve our reach in case that particular area is not filling the work of the agency covering. And you are under Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency. that we can have a conversation on. But the water company liaise kindly with the governor for any more water companies, but the policy of the government and the recommendation is that we should merge the water companies for better service provision, because most of them are actually running at a deficit. We have about 100 billion Kenya shillings incurred and unpaid to the national government and our partners through the water service provider. So we're not recommending increase, further creation of water service provider. We want to improve the governance system for better service delivery. I hope I have covered the question of whether we can raise an extra, the 80 million we are talking about, Honorable Member. We will have 50 million for this year. I think that's very good. But because the balance is a small amount, that is something we can have, we can include, possibly if Parliament allows, because you are the ones who do appropriation, budgeting and appropriation, have it included in one of the supplementaries as we move along. But it is possible and it is doable.
You have missed one from Lamu, that when are you going to have a scheme,
yes,
an irrigation program in Lamu?
The Honorable Member Rueda, I believe we do have irrigation schemes in Lamu. If we don't have, challenge me and I will come to Lamu. We have a conversation. We have water projects for water supply and sanitation, and we do have irrigation schemes in Lamu. It is also under focus when we come up with the Mzima Springs and Mwache dams. Those two particular dams will sort out most of the water challenges in the coast region, in all our coast counties. And those projects have advanced very well because Mwache has been launched and it has funding from AFT and World Bank. We are now looking for the balance of the money for the two remaining pipelines for Mwache from European Investment Bank. Mzima Springs will provide water through PPP. We have encouraged partners, private
Alice,
partners.
are you sure
to
you are
come up
going to
with
supply water to Lamu from Mzima Springs?
We will release some of the water. We will release once we get. They are sharing water.
Yes, Rweda.
Bwana Waziri, itabidi ukaangalie mapu vizuri.
I know where Lamu is.
Let her finish.
Lamu Mashariki mwanzo hakuna irrigation yoyote, na hakika na hilo. Ya pili, Mzizima haitaweza kupita, na hata kama mtabidi mlipitishe kwa lazima, itakuwa ni gharama kubwa zaidi kuliko kuchukua maji hapo Tana River kupeleka Lamu. Kuna kupitisha ndani ya bahari. Hiyo ya Mzizima haiwezi kutusaidia kabisa, haiwezekani. Yetu ni mpange mipango ya kutoka Tana River, unaweza ambia hata KDF wakakachimba canal wakatuletea maji, na hiyo itakuwa ndo suluhisho la kudumu. Tumekuwa kutoka uhuru patikane hatuna maji watu wa Lamu Mashariki, na Bwana Spika, sisi tunasaulika.
Roeda, si nimekusaidia kulifufua? Yes, Alice? You're done? Let's go to the next question. Member Forongo.
I can wait for the question.
Just note, Alice, that is not practically reasonable to talk of taking Mzima Springs water to Lamu. Rongo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 247 of 2023.
I'll give you the next question. There's Abor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 247 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary explain reasons behind stalling of the Rongo Town water supply works, despite the project being fully funded by the government in the 2021-2022 budget with an allocation of Kenya shillings 190 million. Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on how the project funds released by the Exchequer were utilized by the Lake Victoria Waterworks Development Authority? Question number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary state the action the Ministry intends to take against the water agency officials if it is confirmed that the funds were misappropriated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alice, we must be done with this in 10 minutes. The question is very simple.
Yes.
Money was allocated. The member is alleging that the project was not done properly, and if the money was misappropriated, what is your action?
I think, Honorable Speaker, for Rwanda, we have Garzen Ramu Water Project. That is the one. I was saying that coast region generally, but Garzen will give water to Lamu. And of course, we are also looking at new technology
We are done with that,
in
Alice.
terms of desalination. Finally, the last question, Mr. Speaker, money misappropriated. The money was not misappropriated. About 170 million Kenya shillings was released. The project is at about 25% completion. The money was used to pay. I don't think it's a very good practice, but there were pending bills, Mr. Speaker, and we have documentation that the money was utilized that way. However, Mr. Speaker, we have pending, because there were also issues of slow intake by the contractor, but now he's moving better. We have provided for that money, and the project will be done as scheduled. In fact, we expect that this project will be completed by December. It is scheduled to be completed by December. We are putting in a higher gear than it was. Thank you. And money is available, Mr. Speaker.
Abor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all thank the CS for confirming that the project was actually fully funded to the tune of 170 million. The only thing, I've seen a written response from the CS. The only thing I don't agree, Mr. Speaker, is why a project that is fully funded by the Exchequer and money has gone to the agency, why that money should be used to pay pending bills. The CS is a distinguished advocate, and she's been a member of this House. She knows that whatever has been budgeted by this House should be used specifically for the intended purpose. And my supplementary question, Mr. Speaker, is if the CS could now confirm to this House, now that she has said that the money has been released back to the project, can she confirm to this House that those funds are not going to be misapplied again? And I'd also like her to confirm that in future she'll reprimand government officials who are misapplying funds from specific projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to Rongo, where I am the neighbor, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary that Rongo constituency and the whole of Migori County does not have any sewer, Mr. Speaker, since independence. Mr. Speaker, the last census, that's a county that has a population of over 1 million people. And even in the former municipality area near where the town is, there is over 300,000 inhabitants. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine people of that magnitude using pit latrines since independence, the kind of disease that can occur in that place, diarrhea and many things? People are using pit latrine and septic tank. Does the minister, the cabinet secretary have any plan at all whatsoever in the near future of giving Migori people a sewer line?
Member for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I first want to say that I also had submitted a number of questions to the Minister, around 6 of them, which, Honorable Speaker, they have not appeared in the list of questions to be answered. And I want to get a clear answer from the table office and the people involved on why the questions are not in the paper, because those were questions that were sent to me by my constituents in Manyata. But Honorable Speaker, now that we are talking about stuck irrigation projects, Honorable Speaker, I have two projects. One of them called Kidemo Irrigation Water Project that has been stuck, and farmers have put in their monies to get wayleave from 2019, Honorable Speaker. Also, Honorable Speaker, we have...
One question at a time, member.
It's just an additional irrigation scheme called Modatari, Honorable Speaker, that also farmers have put money, and they were supposed to be partially funded by government. But, Honorable Speaker, those two irrigation projects are stuck, and farmers are asking what the ministry is doing about that.
Minister, not that. Member for Chepalungu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the minister, aware that an ongoing project, water project is ongoing within my constituency, named Bomet, Longisa, Mulot. This particular project is going to serve water to Sigor. Along the way to Sigor from Kyogong, there is a very dark area called Olesoi Nyambugo. My question is, what plans do you have to erect a tank within Olesoi or Nyambugo so that it can serve the people around there with water? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also just want to ask the CS if it is possible the sewer lines that were done and left hanging within Nairobi and especially in Dagoretti North, Kawangware, Gatina area, if they are able to now finalize those sewer lines and to ensure also the manholes are identified, since many of them have been taken and grabbed.
Haika.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want, now that Mzima Spring has been mentioned, I wanted to ask the Minister, Mr. Speaker, what is the progress of Mzima 2? And again, I also want to ask the Minister that there's an old pipeline that is being repaired, and it is said that the pipeline is going to replace Mzima 2. How true is that, Waziri? Thank you, Speaker.
Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa kumuuliza waziri atuelezee mradi wa Galana Kulalu imefikia wapi, kwa sababu tumeona wale ambao walitoa msaada kufundwa wanalalamika kuwa wamekuwa wakiwekeza pesa zikipotea, na kule watu wengi wanahangaika chakula. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuuliza mradi huu mpaka sasa umefikia wapi, Mheshimiwa Waziri? Asante.
Farah Maalim. Alice, those are very short questions. I want you to take the shortest time possible.
Mr. Speaker, I also wish to add my voice. There was a master plan for, water master plan for Northeastern Province way back, or the North in general. And the underlying principle was to see how the surface runoff water can be harvested, because that is an area of this country where the rains are always short and we always have one drought cycle after the other. And the idea was so that when this water is being harvested, not only will it eliminate the possibility of the topsoil being eroded and the place becoming barren and desertification also increasing, but also it was going to enable a certain mixed agriculture, which means the people who are going to be exposed to some form of irrigation or some form of agriculture, crop agriculture. Can the minister put some bit of light, even if she doesn't have all the information on this, and tell us when maybe I could even personally see her and we see how that itself is formulated within the ministry and what are the plans to put it into effect in the future? Thank you.
Minister, can answer those. I want you to do that in less than 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start with the Garana Kuraru? Garana Kuraru project was funded, and we did the first phase of 10,000 acres, and the trial stage for the maize growing occurred, and of course there were many challenges, including compression challenges by the specific contractor. However, we have taken up Garana Kuraru, and we have about three very interested private partners or investors, Mr. Speaker, because we will now not go back to GOK funding, because we have said again and again, and you know, honorable members, that there is no funding for that, but we have three very keen, interested partners. One is already on site, and we have already entered into some arrangement. We have signed an MOU for the trial stage, and maize is growing there for trial stage. They are taking 10,000 acres. We do have plans for a dam. We also have received proposals for project development for a dam to irrigate the balance of the land in Garana Kuraru, and therefore, honorable member, more details I can avail, but we have not abandoned Garana Kuraru irrigation scheme, because it's basically an irrigation land area. Over 350,000 acres are available for irrigation once we deal with the question of water, and that will be addressed by the development of a big dam that we already have. We are in the design space. Master plan by honorable member Farah Marum. Honorable member, your question is very huge. I think I may not be able to answer it now, but we are doing a lot of work in the northern counties, Marsabit, Madera, Garissa, Wajir, and Turkana. Those 5 counties are under special or specific planning for both mapping, groundwater mapping, surface water, and I think because you are also now referring to water for irrigation, it may be important that you visit my office so that I can understand specifically what you need me to address or the ministry to address. But we have secured funding for groundwater mapping for the aquifers, to find out where the aquifers are, into the tune of 20 billion under the Horn of Africa program, Honorable Speaker. Then Migori town, one of the challenges for Migori is actually availability of land for projects. We have plans, but we have challenges in terms of implementing, even before we can talk about compensation, people allowing and giving their land. So we do have plans for Migori town, water and sanitation. And if you like, you are welcome to the office. I will avail the technical people to give you more information on where we are. Honorable Aika, Mheshimiwa Aika, Women Member of Parliament for Taita Taveta, I want to confirm that Mzima 2 is an independent project on its own. It has no connection with the current pipeline. The good thing for us is that we shall use the existing wayleaf for purposes of the Mzima 2, and therefore we have no charges of land claims or RAPs. And once we agree with the private investor interested, then we shall be able to commence the project. It's a high priority project. And therefore, the pipeline for the petroleum, the old pipeline, is not our pipeline. So we are working on the Mzima 2. Cheparungu, I think you're asking when we shall do a tank. I do not have that answer now. We can give you that answer later, but construction of a tank is something the National Water Harvesting can be able to factor in depending on the volume that we need, and therefore within the year we can possibly accommodate that, even if it is planning and budgeting, and then wait to secure funding. Kithimu and Mudatari were irrigation projects. The honorable member wants to know why they are stuck. Where is that answer? May I say that maybe this is something that I need to get informed about by my teams, and because the projects, I think it is just poor work by the contractor, but I would rather give the honorable member more information, and I agree that I will forward. That is something we can avail to the honorable member, including what intervention I, as a minister, will take to ensure that those projects are completed. I believe any person have left out their question? Who? Which question? I think I have covered all the questions. Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, the sewer lines in Nairobi.
Yes. Just finish that, then we release you to go to another. She asked that there are some...
Yes, some hanging, lying around of, I think, abandoned
sewer lines
sewer
that have not been completed.
I would rather that I give the honorable member a more comprehensive answer, because that question has been floated now. But I know that we are working on some of the destroyed pipes that were destroyed during the construction of, for example, the expressway and other areas. So I could maybe cover all that during the response to the honorable member. She's my friend, and actually she can come into the office like every other member, and we can address that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I want to end here with this minister.
I thought I would just get
Honorable
a crap
Mulher, you... Yes? Alice, the member who is standing now, Honorable Mulher, says she had a question which doesn't appear on the order paper. I don't know if you have her...
Maybe it's from
Mandera? Yes.
Yes, this was like, I think the Honorable Speaker, you had said you will allow, is it a supplementary question? There was a question that came late.
As is a substantive question, is not supplementary. It came only yesterday.
Oh, it came to us yesterday. Honorable Member Umulker Kasim.
Yes.
I have some maybe response that could give her.
She has not even asked the question.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I can clarify.
Yes.
She already has the question.
She very well may have the question. What I'll direct is that because we have an order, Mulher, I'm not giving you the floor yet. So that we do justice to your question, and members who have questions that are burning, we have the Minister for Lands coming. I want to direct the clerk that immediately after the short recess, the first Wednesday, we'll invite the Minister for Water and give her 1 hour to deal with the questions that are burning among members. So please hold your horses so that we can have Alice here the first Wednesday after the short recess of 2 weeks. We'll give you an hour to come and answer questions. Omulheri's question, the member for Manyata, and all those who have questions like Makali Mulu. I'm not allowing you now. What is the... Yes?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I want just to alert the Minister that also Kitui Town sewer line is also not operational.
Yes.
So she can also come with a report on what is happening.
Excellent. What is who is the honorable member there?
Member of Parliament, Makueni constituency.
Yes.
And my question is on Thwake Dam. I wish to thank the CS for visiting Thwake Dam in our first days in office. And we had a very fruitful consultative meeting where she assured us that two major activities will be done for Thwake Dam. One was the issue of cleaning, making sure that the water is clean in Thwake. Two, having the design done, because by June 2024, Thwake will be operational. In the last 2 months, Thwake has been closed down. And I was just wondering, does the dream still exist? Thank you.
Alice, just note that you'll answer when you come back after recess. Joseph? Give Joseph the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I just wanted to add another question to the CS. The Kapsabet town sewer system, there is a raw sewer running along the road. And I've found out, I've done investigations and realized that the septic tank that was erected some years back is smaller and it can no longer handle the entire sewer system. So I would like for the CS to do her investigations so that next time when she comes here, she'll also be able to answer the same question. Thank you.
For next time. Yes, member for Mwatate, is it? Ganze. Yes. Give him the mic. Alice, you just note that for next time. Give him the mic. Yeah, there you are.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Okay, this is a follow-up to the question that has been asked by the women rep for Taita Taveta, Lydia Haika. It's on the Mzima 2 project. And I'm glad that the CS has confirmed that this is a priority project for the government. So my question will be, because there has been grapevine that this project is not going to serve Mombasa alone, but it's also going to serve Ganze. And I'm glad the CS made a visit to Ganze in April, and she knows the water situation that we have in that constituency. So my question is, because there's a rumor that this project is going to pass through, the pipeline is going to pass through Ganze. So I want a confirmation from the CS whether this is true or it's just grapevine. Thank you.
Okay, Alice, you've heard that rumor. You come with it next time. Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have only two issues. There was a water pan that was done in Mzee Wanyama in a ward called Nakuru East Ward. It was never completed, and we have never known the status of that water pan. And secondly, 5 boreholes, which were given to Nakuru Town East constituency in the second supplementary budget in 2021-2022, I don't know what happened. And we had been given the 5 boreholes and money was allocated, and we don't know what happened to
Thank
the
you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice, you are noting that? Oyula, you'll be the very last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask the CS about irrigation project that was started in Butula several years back but abandoned because of technicalities. Can the CS look through the ministry's records and let us know when the ministry will resume on the irrigation project that was started in Butula?
Thank you.
Secondly, just
only one, Oyula. Yes, you will be the very last. Member, that's member for? Kinango.
Yes.
Yes, Gonzirai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick one. There is a tension actually in Makamini Dam
because of the fact that there was actually a disclosure that the Land Commission was supposed to send some valuers by 30th of June. Today, we are on the 5th of July, and the situation actually on the ground is very tense. Can we just get an indication as to when valuers will be on ground? Because we have already lost one person because of the tension on ground. Can you just assist us with just an indication when the valuers are actually on ground to do the evaluation of the people who are displaced?
Honorable Minister Alice Nganga, you've noted all those quick questions. I'm not allowing anybody else, even you. I'm not allowing anybody else. We are now going to release the minister on the rider that she has picked your questions. Those who have more questions, she will be here in the next 3 weeks. Mulyungi, hold your horses. I'll give you the first bite when she comes here. Within the next, including yourself, yes, I'll give you. When, including Ferdinand Wanyonyi, all of you. So let's close here for Alice. Alice, you can see that water, order, Honorable Ferdinand, water is life. You hold a very important ministry. You can see the enthusiasm of the members. Everybody has an issue about water in their constituencies or in their areas. So next, as soon as we resume after 2 weeks, I will allow you the first appearance. Get ready the questions you have picked, and there will be other questions, including the lady from Garissa and the honorable member from Manyata, and all those who have asked questions, and any other that will arise in between.
Safe to correct that I'm Alice Wahome. You have called me Alice Nganga.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Alice Nganga is the member of parliament for Thika Town.
Yes.
You are Alice Wahome, my distinguished learned friend who was 1 year behind me at the university. So I know you pretty well.
Yes, thank you.
You are hereby released to
Thank
give way to the Minister for Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
Yes, Order Alice, the chair of the committee that oversees you is agitating.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a supplementary question or a question, but as a chair who is oversighting water, I just want to appreciate my cabinet secretary and the entire team from the ministry for the elaborate answers, especially to many of the questions which were asked by members. And secondly, the Honorable Speaker, just to tell my honorable colleagues that for the few months I have been oversighting the ministry has a serious challenges in terms of funding. And Mr. Speaker, in our constitution, the Bill of Rights, water is provided for under Article 43 of the Constitution. It is not, the roads is not there. Electricity is not there. As members of this House, Honorable Speaker, I want to beseech my colleagues that we increase the funding for water. Especially, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal which the ministry and also I presented before this House, that if there is need, we should have a funding for water, especially for every constituency, so that there is no, the questions we are seeing.
You've made your point. Thank you.
Help. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You've made your point.
Thank you.
You'll prosecute that before the budget committee. Alice, you are released. Thank you, and we'll see you in 3 weeks' time. Thank you. Bring in the Minister for Lands. Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development. Member for Mwingi Central, get ready to ask your question. Sergeant, the members loudly conversing in the walkway are interfering with the proceedings of the House. Those members out there, can you advise them to move a little further and continue talking from away from the house? Minister for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, welcome to Parliament. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 questions for you this afternoon, and we hope we can do better than the water, if we can do in 1 hour. The first 2 questions are coming from the same member, Honorable Gideon Mulyungi of Mwingi Central. So Honorable Mulyungi, ask your question 084 and 085 together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 084/2023 to the CS Lands. Number 1, could the CS explain why parcels of land in Mui-Kom Basin, Mwingi East Sub-County, that have errors in their title deeds have not been resurveyed and the errors corrected? And when would they be resurveyed and the errors corrected? Number 2, could the CS indicate when we will land in insecurity-prone areas in Mwingi East Sub-County, bordering Tana River County, will be adjudicated, surveyed, and title deeds issued to the residents? Mr. Speaker, on the Moi-Kom Basin title deeds, I raised this matter in the last Parliament in 2019, and the ministry confirmed it is true there were errors, and they promised to correct.
Ask the next question.
Yeah, but they kept on saying that they don't have facilitation to go to the ground. Mr. Speaker, I ask question number 085/2023 to the same CS. Number 1, could the CS provide details of the contract sum and the contract period for the IMAST security lighting project undertaken in Mwingi Town by the State Department for Housing and Urban Development? Number 2, could the CS indicate when the project will be completed and handed over to the county government of Kitui for maintenance? Number 3, could the CS provide more IMAST security lighting in order to cover a wider area and improve the security in the town? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for inviting me here to come and answer questions from honorable members of Parliament. And before I do that, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee on Land and also the Committee on Housing and Public Works for the support they've been offering to the ministry's initiative, and also offer more collaboration with this House to better serve the citizens of this great nation. Mr. Speaker, on the first question by the member for Mwingi Central, Honorable Gideon Mulyungi, MP, where he requests me to explain why the parcels of land in Moi-Kom Basin, Mwingi East Sub-County that have errors in their title deeds have not been resurveyed and the errors corrected, and when will they be resurveyed and the errors corrected? Mr. Speaker, the background information in regard to this question is that the coal basin in Mwingi covers 7 registration sections. These were registered after the process of land adjudication in accordance with the Land Adjudication Act, Cap 284 laws of Kenya. And these 7 registration sections are 1, Mutiangombe, 2, Thitha, 3, Kitise, 4, Yumbu stroke Itiko A, 5 Ngiluni, 6 Ngoo, and 7 Kivo. We also have the date these registration sections were registered and the number of titles. Honorable Speaker, in response to this question, I would like to respond as follows. The Honorable Member of Parliament raised an earlier petition number 160/2019 in respect of errors and inconsistencies on the acreage as reflected on the title deeds. A team from the ministry visited the area from November 4th to November 17th, 2019 to assess the situation. The team confirmed that indeed there were errors that occurred during survey of the sections and publication of maps. It was resolved that surveys be carried out and the erroneous titles be recalled for corrections. Mr. Speaker, due to financial constraint, this has not been done. The ministry will prioritize to undertake the activities in the financial year 2023-2024. Honorable Speaker, in response to question 2, where we should indicate when we land in insecurity-prone areas of Mwingi East, sub-county bordering Tana River County, will be adjudicated, surveyed, and title deed issued to the residents, I would like to respond as follows. The area was declared an adjudication section named Egamba Kandolongwe on November 24th, 2016, and due to staff shortage, work commenced on April 11, 2022, and demarcation is ongoing. The adjudication process will be fast-tracked so that it is concluded in the financial years of 2023-2024 and 2024-2025. The ministry, Honorable Speaker, will also liaise with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration to ensure security is provided for successful implementation of adjudication program. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I also go to the second question.
Yes.
Thank you. The second question by the same member of Parliament, Honorable Gideon Muliungi. Honorable Speaker, I'm meant to provide details of the contract sum and contract period for the high-mast security lighting project undertaken in Mwingi Town by the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Also indicate when will the project be completed and handed over to the county government of Kitui. And then part 3, consider adding more high-mast security lights in order to cover a wider area and improve security in the town. Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. The project was awarded to MS Biomax Africa Limited of PO Box 91131-80100 Mombasa on June 3rd, 2020, with a contract sum of 18,599,150, inclusive of all taxes. The agreement between MS Biomax Africa Limited and the accounting officer was signed on July 29th, 2020, and the high masts were erected in the following locations in Mwingi Sub-County, Kitui County. One was in Musila Gardens, KCB, Country Bus, Kenya Power, and Probox Stage. The contract data, Mr. Speaker, was for project. The project installation was of 5 electric-powered high-mast flood lighting structures in various informal settlements in Kitui County. The contract number was as indicated there. The contractor was MS Biomax Africa Limited. The client was Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, State Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it was from the Slum Upgrading Department. The user or beneficiary was the county government of Kitui, and the supervisors was the Public Works, Kitui County, contract sum was 18,599,150. Commencement date was September 3rd, 2020, and completion date was March 18th, 2021, and the work done was 100%. Honorable Speaker, of 5 electric-powered high-mast flood lighting structures in various informal settlements in Kitui County was 18,599,150. The contract period of 28 weeks plus a 6-month defects liability period. Then there was the project officially commenced on September 3rd, 2020, and was completed on March 18, 2021. Certificate of practical completion was issued on December 15, 2021, and the certificate of making good defects was issued on June 15, 2022. Honorable Speaker, in response to question 2, I wish to respond as follows. There were 2 meetings as well as site inspections to hand over the high masts to the county government of Kitui on January 14, 2022 and June 21, 2022. The handing over was postponed due to a pending Kenya Power and Lighting Company bill of Kenya shillings 454,720 that was not factored in the contract. The bill has since, Mr. Speaker, been settled, and the ministry is making arrangements for handover to the county government of Kitui. Honorable Speaker, in response to question number 3, the ministry will consider adding more high-mast flood lighting to cover a wider area and also ensure security once the budget is allocated. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary, Honorable Mulungi. Do you have any supplementary or you are satisfied?
Yeah, I have a supplementary. On question number 084, stroke 2223, Roman 1 and 2. Yeah, on Muikom Basin, I think the CS should be very clear and practical on the timelines, because he says within the year. So I need to know within what period will they be going back to the site to start surveying. Roman number 2, on the titling of the border with Tana River, there is only one surveyor on site. He will take ages to complete, more than decades to complete. So could the CS add extra surveyors to support that exercise? On question number 085, stroke 2023, on the IMAST, security lighting. Now, the CS has said that he will consider adding more lights when funds become available. I think budget has just been read. He should be telling me, is there provision in the budget for additional IMAST or not, so that it is not a story. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Hold, Mrs. Okay. Minister, I'll Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. These questions had been forwarded correctly, so I'll just ask them as they were, though they did not appear on the order paper. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Muhaya Sub-County has not been having a land control board since 1919? And number 2, why is the Muhaya Sub-County not appearing in the newly gazetted list of land control board members for the respective sub-counties around the country, despite the Vihiga County Commissioner having submitted the list of the nominees for all the sub-counties in Vihiga? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the CS provide information in regard to the titleage of South Ngariama land, including the procedure and rationale of adjudication process being undertaken? 2, whether the ministry is relying on the original mapping done by GeoAcre Limited, and if not, indicate which one and the rationale for the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Can the CS also inform Nairobians, especially the schools, Lavington Primary School, Mudhangari Primary School? Why is it first Mudhangari, the title to date? You will never find it even in the lands ministry. And after digitization was done, Mr. Speaker, we affected so many things. Lavington Primary is 21 acres, and right now it is so encroached, and if possible, we can meet him with all the stakeholders to ensure we deal with the matter once and for all.
Edith? Honorable Edith Nyanza.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me find out from the CS when compensation will be done to the people who gave out land when the Kibwez Kitui Mwingi Road was being done. There are some people who gave out land. They signed some forms with the National Land Commission, and they've not been compensated for a very long time. And my people in the constituency are affected. So when will they be compensated? Thank you.
Zamzam.
Mheshimiwa Skip.
Noting all those.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, ningependa kumuuliza waziri kule Dongo Kundu ambapo wameanza special economic zone pale. Kuna wakazi ambao walikuwa hapo miaka mingi sana, walikuwa na mashamba eka 10, 20, lakini wanalia kuwa wanapewa 50 by 100 na saa zingine wanapelekwa sehemu ambazo hata wawezi kukaa vizuri, sehemu ambazo ni tata katika ardhi. Kwa hiyo ningependa kujua umewapangia vipi wakazi wa Dongo Kundu na watafidiwa vipi mashamba yao? Asante sana.
Minister, can you answer those supplementary? I'll come back to you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In regards to the first question, 084-2023, I want to assure the Honorable Member that there is a budget allocation of 100 million towards the project of High Mosque. And it's good also to note there were areas that were never even got those facilities. So once we look at this budget, then we'll be able to see whether we can have additional high mass security lights. So it's good to note that we cut across all the counties, and kindly appreciate what you got first. But I can assure you, once funds allow, we are going also to have additional. On allocation, the other issue is on the Amuhoya. Yes, Amuhoya. Yes, we have areas that were left behind on the Lands Control Board. What we do as a ministry, we write to the county commissioners who, through their DCCs, are supposed now to come up with names and then forward them to the ministry for gazettement. So what I want to assure the honorable member is that I'll take up the issue, but also you can visit the ministry so that we can follow it up with you. And it's unfortunate that the constituency has stayed for such long without a lands board. The other question is in regards to the Lavington Primary School and Mudhangari. Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, there's a team working on public lands across the country. We know there have been rampant grabbing of public land, so there's a team that is working, and that report will help the ministry deal with issues of land that has been grabbed, and Lavington Primary and Mudhangari will be one of those. On the compensation of some land, Honorable Speaker, the issue on compensation for public land is entirely with the National Land Commission. So this is an issue that we'll pick with the National Land Commission to see how they are going to fast track that issue. On the Dongo Kundu compensation, this is usually based on the size of the land that is being processed. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wamepewa sehemu ndogo za ardhi, kama sio wote, basi kama wizara tutaangalia ni jinsi ipi ambayo tutaweza kuwasaidia. Lakini we are trying to make sure every person gets compensation. So if there will be any issues that will need to be looked into, the ministry is ready to do that, Mheshimiwa. On the issue of titling, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House that where we have few staff, we have advertised for more recruitment, and in this financial year, we are going to have, though not adequate number of staff, we are going now to spread those we will get to make sure that we fast track areas that need our attention. I think, Honorable Speaker, I've covered
Jerry, there is one question from the distinguished member for Kirinyaga, the women rep. She asked about some specific... Jerry, can you repeat your question? You got it, Minister?
Yeah, maybe she can repeat it, please.
Jerry?
That's in order. I almost complained, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. My question, CS, could you provide information in regard to the titleage of the South Ngariama land, the procedure and the rationale of the adjudication currently being undertaken, and two, whether the ministry is relying on the original mapping done by GeoAcre Limited, and if not, indicate which one and the rationale behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. With the South Gariama land, there is a team that is working to make sure that that process is done, but I would request, Honorable Member, you can visit us in the ministry so that we can look into the whole issue and do that process seamlessly. So I would request that you visit the ministry so that we can handle that issue with you and other leaders. Thank you.
Yes, Jeanette. What about Jeanette? Give Jeanette the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence on a matter. Mr. Speaker, when the cabinet secretaries come here, most of them, their answers to certain questions is, you can visit us in the office. We don't want to visit. We want answers here in Parliament. This is our place of operation, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to go and take tea in the offices.
Indeed, Minister, once a question comes to the floor as a property of this House, it no longer becomes a private engagement between any member and the minister. So try as much as you can to answer questions. Where you don't have ready answers, we can indulge you to write to the House, and the member will be notified, or we will call you within the shortest time possible to answer questions that you may not have been having the facts readily available to you. But we discourage this camaraderie of moving away questions from being the House property to a private engagement between a member. The moment I approve a question, it ceases to be an engagement between a member and the minister. It's a property of the House. Yes, Mulyongi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'll come to you.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker, in my supplementary question, there are some questions which the CS has skipped. He has not answered. And one of them is regarding Moi Basin. I asked you about the timelines. It's not, you told me about the Wulia. You look at the Wulia and see what you can
you made
do.
your point.
So, number two, that's
Yes.
one. I want timelines on that. Number two, I cannot agree with the CS that Kenyan government does not have surveyors, because he's saying it's recruiting. How do you recruit to supply
Ask
surveyors?
him a question.
So CS, can you assure me that you are going to add more surveyors at the border of Tana River for surveying the land? Thank you.
Thank you. Oundo, what is the problem?
Probably it's just a matter of a policy matter, and I want the Cabinet Secretary, and picking up where Honorable Beatrice Elachi had left about Kileleshwa Primary School land. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary is aware that many primary schools, public primary schools in this country, have no titles, have no ownership registration documents. And it's even more telling, Honorable Speaker, for those schools that the community vested land, and we have cases where the patriarch or the matriarch who gave out land for the particular school never completed the process. Many of the primary schools, because of delayed in transfer of funds from the national government, are unable to put in funds to acquire title because they require a government surveyor. A government surveyor would want to be facilitated transport, paid for lunch. There are certain payments to be made. Can the minister probably in due course with his team come up with a very clear policy framework that will reduce the burden and the cost of the impoverished schools so that they can be given some kind of remission, they prepare and acquire titles to avoid encroachment and the so-called referred land grabbing, which does not even exist in practice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, for the Moi Coal Basin issue, as I said, we are going to have it done in this financial year 2023-2024, and I want to assure the honorable member that once funds are released within 60 days, we will have done that work. Two, for the surveyors, for our staff and surveyors, we are mobilizing. We'll mobilize those whom we have, and I can assure you that work. The one surveyor will be added, and we'll have more of them now working towards doing that work. Honorable Speaker, as a ministry, we have a titling program for all public learning institutions. We have a committee that is working towards that, and through our national titling program, we are going to issue titles to all learning institutions without charging them anything. So we know that most of those learning institutions have been grabbed, and what we'll do for those who have grabbed, once that committee comes up with that report, then we'll make sure that land reverts back to where it is supposed to be. So there's a national titling program that is working towards public learning institutions, and we are working so closely with the Ministry of Education to achieve that. Thank you.
Yes, Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, unfortunately from our training, when you make a pronouncement, there must be deliverables. And the one of the deliverables, the time when to deliver. When a lady conceives, it's expected after 9 months, not more than 9 months, they deliver.
What is your question?
Can the Cabinet Secretary give us exact timelines when that program is going to be actualized, come to an end, and what are the deliverables? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, this is an ongoing program for the last 2 years. Of course, we are meeting, we are facing challenges, but I can assure you there are institutions today that already are titled. They have their tenure of ownership. So maybe we have not reached where Mheshimiwa is, but this is an ongoing program. It has been there for the last 2 years, and we are happy that we are achieving a lot towards that.
Thank you. Yes, member for Chepalungu. Let's take 3, then we...
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have a question, and I know this answer maybe will come next when the minister will be in the house. There is a small village in my constituency. For your benefit, I'm called Victor Koech Mandazi, member for Chepalungu. There's a small village in my constituency, popularly known as Legetetet. It is next to Siongiroi, which is a very popular town. There were families in the 1990s that were asked for land, to surrender land to the government for government construction. And it's now housing the current DC's office, the chief's office, the hospital, and majorly Shongiroi Day Secondary School, and currently now KMTC, that is within my constituency. These families are 3. They surrendered their land, and they were promised land next to Shongiroi Girls. The village is called Legetetet Village. Up to now, there are 300 families without proper documentation. My question is, now that maybe you're not aware, what amount of time would your office require to make sure these persons living next to Shongiroi Girls High School have proper documentation for their land? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you are masked. I can't quite tell who you are.
Kirima. Honorable Kirima. Honorable Speaker, I have 2 supplementary questions to the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the one matter hindering titling or issuance of titles to lands across the country is disappearance of records at the lands ministry. And therefore, my question is, how is the ministry dealing, or what measures is the ministry taking to ensure that records relating to land that disappear at the ministry are replaced and restored to the owners to enable not just titling, but also the rightful owners to engage in transactions? Honorable Speaker, we have several parcels of land across the country, and even those where some including ourselves, are taking mortgages, which cannot be traced at the ministry. What measures have you instituted? But lastly, Honorable Speaker, when we hear titling, more so for us coming from Homa Bay County, it is like stories. Places like mine in Homa Bay Town constituency, the village area, even my own ancestral land on which I've built my home, we don't have titles. What measures do you have in place or have you instituted as a ministry to ensure that those parts of the country which are not yet titled, like those ones I'm talking about, are also titled, and the people who rightfully own can also deal in land and transact business? I thank you.
Kirima.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My humble question to the Minister for Finance is that Central Imenti Award called Care Award, we have an adjudication section called Care B, which was adjudicated way back in the year 2003. Titles have not been issued. I have asked a number of questions before this Honorable House. And even now, before the ministers started coming to the Parliament, there was a question which we asked and it has never been responded to. We know very well that Meru County has been having issues of title deeds. But when it comes to attendance, Meru County, Meru North, Tigania, Igembe, and parts of Bole have been attended to. Why? is settlement not been attended to as relates to issuance of title deeds in that remaining section, which borders Tharaka sub-county of Tharaka Nithi County. Who are those who prevented it to be issued? And why has that gathering not been, has not been honored, Mr. Minister? Thank you, sir.
Minister, can you answer those?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The issue of the Chepalungu, where families were displaced and promised, surrendered their land, where government institutions were built. Honorable Speaker, that the issue on compensation of government land lies with the National Lands Commission. So what I will do, I'm going to liaise with the National Lands Commission on this issue so that next time I come, Honorable Speaker, I can be able to give light to that particular question. On the disappearance of land records, Honorable Speaker, we are aware as a ministry that this has been a big problem, and that's why as a ministry we took that bold step of digitizing all our land records. We started with Nairobi, where now we are scanning all the land documents ready for digitization, and from there we are going to move to all other registries in the country. Currently, what other registries are doing is arranging documents ready for scanning so that we can be able to have all those records in the Adisasa platform. Once we do that, Honorable Speaker, then the human touch with the manual records is going to, we are going to do away with that. So there's not going to be interference of our records, and that's why all of us should support this digitization program. And I can assure you, 95% of the problems we have within the land ministry is going to be taken care of. The Central Imenti issue, it's true, we have been having that issue, and I remember I had a question to tackle at the Senate, but we've been having a security problem between the Tharaka Nithi and the Meru boundaries. So, yeah, the dispute. So we are handling that, and once we solve that problem, then we are going to start issuing titles within that area. Thank you.
Yes, member for Ganze.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two supplementary questions.
Only one.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I want to know from the CS for lands and settlement, the circumstances under which Giriama Ranch land that is in Ganze. Yeah, this is a ranch that was started by the community, and they had wanted to do some livestock farming. But at some point, the project collapsed. But what is not clear is how that title deed for that land, which was freehold, at some point it turned to leasehold, and only a few people now are owning that property. So I want to know from the CS under what circumstances that land changed from freehold to leasehold. Thank you.
Minister, we'll have to make progress, members.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thanks for that question. Honorable Speaker, I wish to respond to that question in the next meeting because it was really not part of the questions that I was handling today. And also, Honorable Speaker, I would ask for your indulgence that maybe the supplementary questions be based on the questions.
Not necessarily, but that's a fair request. Caleb Amisi? Caleb Amisi? I have no written notification that The requirement, Honorable Wamboka, is any member who is unable to come and prosecute his question must write to the Speaker to inform the Speaker of one, his inability or her inability to be in the House, and to nominate and designate a particular member to prosecute the question. On this particular issue, I have no letter from the Honorable Amisi at all. I don't cast any aspersions on you, but the rules are rules. They are your own rules. We have no letter from him, so I won't allow you. Next question, Jack. Yes. Ordinarily, I would have dropped the question, but in this mix, we will stay it for the next time the minister comes. David Gikaria. Question. And for all members, if you have a question and you are unable to be in the House for reasons that the House will understand, designate a colleague in writing to the Speaker that so and so will be the one to prosecute my question. We have done so before. Yes,
Thank
Gikaria.
you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 109 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a detailed report on the names and periods of engagement of persons, particularly youth and elders, who are engaged in Kazi Mtaani Project Phase 3 in 2022 in Nakuru Town East constituency? 2, provide the status of payment of dues to the people who are engaged in the said Phase 3 Kazi Mtaani Project in Nakuru Town East constituency. And 3, outline the plans that have been put in place to ensure that youths who are yet to be paid are duly paid, and when will they be paid following termination of Kazi Mtaani project? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the question number 4, part 1, where I'm requested to provide a detailed report on the names and periods of engagement of persons, particularly youths and elders who are engaged in the Kazi Mtaani Project Phase 3 in 2022 in Nakuru Town constituency. Honorable Speaker, in response to the above question, I wish to respond as follows. The outbreak of COVID-19 in Kenya in 2020 prompted the government to adopt containment policies and measures to limit the spread of the virus across the country. These measures limited movement of the population and as a result caused a contraction of the economy. In response to the challenge above, the National Hygiene Program, well known as NHP...
Minister, which question are you answering? The question is so simple. Provide detailed report on the names and the period of engagement of persons, particularly youths and elders.
Yes, I was just giving a background information.
Try and you can say how many members want to ask questions.
Okay.
So don't scatter around questions, just answer questions.
Okay, well guided, Honorable Speaker.
You've seen the question?
Yes.
Provide a detailed report on names and the period of engagement of persons. Provide status of payment dues to these people, and so on and so forth. Very simple questions. Pardon? We are on question 109 of 2023. Asked by the Honorable David Gikaria, the man from your own county.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The following is the summary of persons who are engaged in Kazi Mtaani project in Nakuru Town East constituency across the 2 cohorts. There's a table there, Honorable Speaker, that gives the cohorts. We have the cohort under number 1 that we had 3,240 workers. Then we have the cohort 2 that had 3,134. Then cohort 2 of R1, 3,415, and then cohort 2 of 3,415. Plans to clear this, Honorable Speaker, is that the State Department of Housing and Urban Development has a cash requirement of 1.206 billion to pay all workers who worked in the counties where Kazi Mtaani Phase 3 was implemented. In the financial year 2022-2023, the approved budget was 2 billion for that program. However, the amount was reduced in the supplementary budget to by 884 million, leaving the available budget at 384 million, which we are waiting the exchequer. Thus, there is a budget shortfall of 882 million, and upon availability of these funds, the State Department will be keen to clear its unpaid bills. Honorable Speaker, the following is also a summary of the dues paid and unpaid for the Kazi Mtaani workers in Nakuru Town East constituency. As shown there, number 1, we have cohort 2 and round, under cohort 1R1, workers were 3,240. The payment dues is 4,959,951, and the status as it is today, it is paid. Then we have number 2, we have 3,134 workers where the payment dues was 12,480,280, that was also paid. Then we have the number 3, 3,415. Payment dues was 10,667,300, and the payment was also paid. Now, the last one of 3,415, we have 13,748,305, which is unpaid. Annexure 3 is a detailed report of workers who were engaged in Kazi Mtaani project, Nakuru Town East constituency. It contains the list of all the workers who are engaged in Kazi Mtaani project in Phase 3 from Nakuru Town East constituency. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate I didn't have a copy of what, so that I could be able to follow how I wish, because I was trying to take, it's only that when the submissions were being done, I've had this being a financial year that is already gone, I think 2 years now, and they are still waiting for exchequer. And there was a requirement, of course, by Parliament that whatever has not been paid by 30th of June then requires a supplementary vote for it to be paid. I would want to know from the Waziri whether the ministry has put that in place to have a supplementary vote to be able to pay that. And secondly, the 13 million that is unpaid in Nakuru Town East constituency, I would want Waziri again to give some timelines as to whether it was budgeted in this financial year 2023-2024. If not, what plans are there to ask for again for supplementary votes to be paid? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Point of order. Who are you at the back there? What's your point of order, Kirima?
Point of order is that my question has not been answered perfectly by the minister when he answered, Mr. Speaker, sir. And it gave me a wrong answer because there is something which he left out.
Yeah, but when did you answer? Was your question to this minister?
Yes. My question to this minister was
which
about...
Which question number is that?
It was a supplementary question, Mr. Speaker.
It
It is passed. The supplementary question on another question. Can you give him the mic?
It was a supplementary question of which he answered, but he did not give satisfactory answer because he told me.
A supplementary question on a question that we have already gone beyond. We have gone to the next question. A matter is life in the House when it is life. When you proceed to the next order or the next question, that matter ceases to be any issue for discussion at that time. Unless, of course, there's an undertaking on when he's going to give you an answer, or whether you should go to his office, and in which case then you want a definitive response as to when you will get the answer. You know,
Mr. Speaker, sir, if you can give me a chance, you can get what I asked so that you can get it from the minister himself so that I can know the way forward. I asked about the title deed of Kiamurimbi, and then, Mr. Minister, you know you had chosen a commission, the Andrew Ligare Commission and the Ogongo Commission, which gave you an answer of what you are supposed to do. Why have you not implemented the results of those commissions up to now? Just as simple as that, Mr. Speaker.
You were supposed to rise on that point of order at the appropriate time. You're rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But of course, the minister has had this, and I think the minister, you then make sure that you give your answer at the appropriate time by sending it to the House here. And the House will take note of that, and the honorable member will be notified. Yes, the MP for Kirinyaga, women.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I want a commitment from the CS on whether he will respond in writing or whether he will respond when he next comes to the floor, because the people of Southern Gariama need an answer, and I am the mouthpiece for them here in Parliament. Thank you.
Clearly, the PS, while he is responding to the supplementary questions, will also give an undertaking on all those questions that are pending, that essentially the members of Parliament will need to have answered, and the answer brought to the House. I think the position is very clear. When a question is raised on the floor of the House, it becomes a property of the House. So then you can send it. Yes, what's your supplementary order? The lady called Elachi, what's your point of order? Okay, what's your supplementary? Order. You cannot have two supplementary at the same time. Order, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr.
MP for
Speaker.
Nyando, take your seat.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Beatrice Elachi is a full member of this House. She's not a half member such that when she's already given an opportunity, you want to override that opportunity for you to be given an opportunity. Go ahead, Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my supplementary question now goes to the CS on a matter that is in Kajiado, a land reference 462, a parcel of land that was taken by Kenya Railways when they were doing the standard gauge railway. This is land for old women who live in Dagoretti North. They have gone through a very hard process, Mr. Speaker, and I would wish the CS to now undertake that the registrar in Ngong knows about this issue. He has taken these women for the last 3 years, going around until they went to court. They have won in court in Kajiado. They have come back to Railways, and now Railways is telling them they have to go back again to the registrar in Ngong, who at this moment, we can't even find him or even the file.
For Nyando, you can ask your supplementary questions so that the minister can answer a number of supplementary questions at the same time. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. From the outset, Honorable Kaluma did ask why there is a slow pace of issuance of title deeds within the Nyanza region, Honorable Speaker, and that has not been answered too. But my supplementary question, Honorable Speaker, in the month of February, Awasi Lands Registry offices got banned by, I don't know, during a weekend, Honorable Speaker. Whereas there has been an undertaking by the Cabinet Secretary, and of course he has put that in the Gazette notice, that reconstruction of documents will be undertaken within the next few days. And this will continue, I think, for about a year or two. We also need to know the progress of investigations that are being carried out, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, the thugs, as I would call them, will remain complicit, because this is not the first time that is happening, Honorable Speaker. Whereas that falls under the purview of investigative agencies, Honorable Speaker, the consumers of this information from the DCI or whoever will be the Ministry of Lands, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it behoves all of us to know the levels of investigations that have been carried out. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I would want to know whether those who donated land for the Korusoin Dam have fully been compensated. How I wish he knew the levels of where this dam is. He would have been the right person to answer. But about compensation is very key to the people who gave out their land, of course, to a project that has never taken shape. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to, in all wisdom, bring to all your attentions when the minister is asked specific questions, but the House then has the leeway of asking everything under the sun as far as land is concerned from their own constituents or from the country. You can't possibly expect the minister to have imagined all those things and taken them into considerations. So when he gives an undertaking, and when I last knew in this thing, the rules were very specific. When he gives an undertaking that he's going to come with these answers at a later date, I think you must respect that what you call position on them and that wisdom, because they're going out of the way. They're not telling you that you have not asked that question, you want us to answer that question, put it again as a question. Ordinarily, that used to be the case when I was here in the last, under the old dispensation. And here it says, the Speaker may permit the member who raised a question to ask a maximum of 2 supplementary questions that are related to the original question. Okay, you could say they all relate to lands. And then it goes further and says, permit a member other than the member who asked a question to ask a further supplementary question that relates to original question. Direct the Cabinet Secretary to provide additional information or further reply to a question or supplementary questions to the relevant committee of the House. Defer the question to a different time. And I think the way we are going right now is both an intense generosity from the minister and an intense, what do you call, engagement from the House, which is very, very good and very healthy. But when he gives you an undertaking that, look, this was not in your original question, but I'll go back, do the homework, get the information back, and come and give it again, I think you should accept it. And the minister, on the part of the minister, remember every undertaking you give in here, you owe this House that answer. The Honorable, another supplementary question from the Honorable Kaluma Peter. Give him the mic, please. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mine is not a supplementary, but to salute your directions to the House based on the standing order. But Honorable Speaker, the question had asked about titling in our region had no undertaking. The point of order is that it has not been replied to at all, either in terms of giving reply now or giving undertaking as to when communication will be made to the House on it.
Okay,
could we get that information?
Cabinet Minister has heard that, and I'm sure he's also taken note of that. Yes, Honorable Mwenje, and then followed by the Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I ask my supplementary, I'd request you guide the CS that as he's responding, he responds to the member who has asked the question. So for introduction, my name is Mark Mwenje. My supplementary question is, in Nairobi, we had cohort 2, round 2 of Kazim Taani, 36,726 workers, and 3,239 supervisors who till today remain unpaid. As I listened to his response to the Honorable Gekaria, he did not give a timeline of when the ministry intends to pay these youths, not just in Nakuru, but also this 36,000 in Nairobi. So can the Cabinet Secretary give a commitment, give timeline? And if the government does not want to pay these people, can he say so, that they do not intend to pay the people of Kazim?
Very well. And,
thank you,
wait, Honorable CS. Take a few more supplementary. Mogaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. CS, thank you for coming. I want, Mr. Speaker, the Minister, my name is Stephen Mogaka, Member of Parliament for West Mugrango constituency, which houses Nyamira County. I want, Mr. Speaker, the Minister to note and at appropriate time tell this House whether he is aware that there are fake title deeds emanating from the Nyamira Land Registry. And if so, when the ministry is going to conduct an audit and ensure that the fake title deeds in circulation are either destroyed and the architects of and authors of that crime brought to book. The second supplementary question is for the minister to give me an undertaking, to give me an answer as to whether the people whose land was taken to construct the current Nyamira County Hospital, whether they were ever compensated, and if not, when they are going to be compensated. Similarly, road expansion has been undertaken by the county government in the last 3-4 years. And a lot of demolition has been undertaken in the process of the expansion of road networks. Why is Nyamira County never compensated? Why is the Compulsory Land Acquisition Act not applicable in Nyamira so that people's property gets encroached by tractors, demolitions happen, and loss is afflicted on innocent Kenyans who have approvals for the constructions that have been undertaken? Mr. Minister, kindly give me an undertaking that you will bring this answer to the House during your next coming, or invite me to collect it and tell the people of Nyamira. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Chesumei Manyata, MP for Manyata. Okay, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to ask, Honorable Speaker, a few weeks ago, I listened to His Excellency the President in a church service in Isiolo, giving a directive that there should not be NLC doing valuation of land and at the same time paying for that compensation. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to hear the implementing ministry of such a directive from the President, giving us what they are doing, and because the Minister has clearly said that he has to consult on issues compensation of land with NLC. Does it mean that NLC right now is stuck waiting for his directive, or it's the other way around? Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that with the question of one of the ring road that was constructed in Embu in 2019. Today, members of the public that gave their land have never received a penny of compensation when that road was constructed, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The MP for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the CS to provide details of Kazi Mtani project, especially phase 3 for Mandera North. I'm sure you don't have the details here, but please, I would like that information provided in respect of Mandera North constituency in terms of numbers, who has been paid and what is due. Thank you very much.
You take just 2 more and then...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is in furtherance to the supplementary question that was asked by my colleague, the MP for Nyando. As he already stated, Awasi Lands Office was engulfed by fire sometimes in February. While your ministry has made efforts to reconstruct the records, the registrar or the lands officers have nowhere to work from. The records are delicate, they will need to have a permanent office where they can keep the records and attend to people from. So we would wish to know the arrangements that your office has in terms of building or reconstructing new office what's the lands office.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
The Honorable Woman Rep for Mandera is the last one on this. Give her the mic, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to ask the CS about the Ministry of Works Sports Club in South Sea. Honorable Speaker, when I was in school, in the late 90s, MOW was vibrant. It had a swimming pool, sports facilities, gym. The place now is dilapidated. As much as it's open to the public and people actually subscribe to pay subscription fees for membership, it's not up to standard. And it sits on huge chunk of land. I wanted to ask the CS what plans they have, if they can actually privatize it, lease it out, or they just want to let it go as it is, because it's a waste of public resources. There are staffs that are there, facilities are there, but it's not functional, it's not up to good use. Yeah, that's my question.
Fair enough. CS, the chair does understand that you could not have possibly imagined all these questions before you came in here. Please give the right undertakings and make sure that you stick to your words at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Starting from the last question in regards to public works, yes, it's true the South Sea Public Works institution is not as it is supposed to be, but we want to take that undertaking. I'm taking that undertaking that now that we can see light at the end of the day in terms of funding, we are going to work towards improving that facility. Also, on the Nyando, our Nyando registry, it's true it went down, but just one moment.
Questions are very comprehensive, so just
yes,
take an undertaking.
yes. We did gazette the reconstruction of the Nyando registry. Investigation are ongoing. We have given all the information necessary to the DCI, so we give them time to come up with an appropriate report. But currently we are working from the County Commissioner's office. We will soon be getting containers as we construct the new registry. In regards to...
What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the efforts made by the Cabinet Secretary to try to answer the question, but this office got burnt in the month of February, to be very specific, on the 18th day of February 2023. We are in July, Honorable Speaker. Whereas I acknowledge that investigations sometimes become quite complex, but at least we need to know the levels.
Allow him, the MP for Nyando, allow the minister to conclude his submission on that. You don't know what he was going to say. You stopped him somewhere in the middle. Please, Honourable Minister, Cabinet, continue. And what you don't have, given an undertaking that you're going to
Yes, you are, Honourable Speaker. As I've said, investigations are going. We have given the necessary information that the DCI requires. So mine is to just take an undertaking that we are going to make a follow-up and make sure that such incidences don't happen again. So we are going to follow up with the DCI to see that we get the required information.
And report back to this House.
To this House.
On the remedial, what do you call steps you're going to take? Right. Because what they say is that there are remedial steps that are required as a matter of urgency, so give that undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, now, there were 3 questions based on Kazi Mtaani, the one that had been raised by Honorable Gikaria, Honorable Mwenje. We don't have budget in this current current financial year, but we'll introduce the required amount of 1.2 billion in the supplementary budget. Well, the 1.2 billion will cover all the bills that had not been paid across the country. So it's will not only be Nakuru Town East, but all the other counties and other constituencies that the Kazi Mtaani youth had not been paid. So that's another undertaking that I'm also taking. Also on compensation of roads in Nyamira, and also was it Kajiado by Arachi. We are going to consult. I'm going to follow up with the National Lands Commission because that's their role, so that in the next, once I come, I report back to this honorable.
Perfect, perfect.
I don't think I've... on the issue of titling, the government is issuing titles all over. So we are not discriminating against any region. Now that we have adequately been financed, we are going to cut across all areas that are mature for titling. Any Kenyan who has documents that prove land ownership, all of them we are going to make sure that we provide titles. So as a ministry, we are going to work very hard to make sure that across the country we give out titles to our citizens. Thank you.
The point of order. Honorable Kaluma, I think you are seeking a specific undertaking on your specific issue. Honorable Minister, there were specific issues raised for... Order. You raised for which one? You raised for? For Homa Bay region, and then for Kirinyaga and Mandera. So can you give...
as if we are
Order. Speaker, give Honorable Cabinet Secretary, please give specific undertakings for those three sticking out things that were asked by members of an interest in here.
Honorable Speaker, for Homa Bay,
yes.
The issue was, if I would kindly ask the Honorable Member maybe to repeat that question, kindly.
Proceed, Kaluma.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue was that Homa Bay region has been neglected on titling, and I mentioned even my own land, my home ancestral land has no title. And so the question was the specific measures to secure titles for those regions so that we can also transact in land. It is wrong for the CS to say we are titling anyway.
Honorable CS.
Could I get specific undertakings in terms of the timelines and measures?
Point taken, Honorable Kolba. Honorable CS, the issue here is Migori County. Am I right? Sorry, Homa Bay has never had any titling since independence, and I think here is something that sticks out. And then, of course, the Honorable woman rep from Kirinyaga also has a similar situation, and the Honorable MP for Mandera North. Maybe you could give them specific undertakings for all the three of them that you will report back to the House on the areas that they had concerns about.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On Homa Bay, I want to tell the Honorable Member that I was in Homa Bay. They have a very active registry. Maybe what I would want to know is specifically which areas, because I was there, I visited it, and unfortunately, I had a quarrel with the registry because of the way the records had been kept. However, I'm going to send a team there to make sure that all Kenyans living there are taken care of as far as titling is concerned.
And report
I have
back
taken
to the
that
House.
and report to this
Thank you.
House.
Kirinyaga also on the same?
Yes, all of them.
And Mandera North? On Lamu East is also in a similar situation. Can you ask your supplementary question on the same so that we are able to exhaust all this?
Asante, Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa waziri, Mkokoni, Lamu East, awamu ya pili ya upimaji. Mtamaliza lini? Na waziri, kitu kinanishangaza ni Kenya nzima, Lamu peke yake kutoka wakati wa ukoloni ndo ni GK land. Lakini sehemu zingine zote utaona community land. Una mipango gani ya kusuluhisha hili? Kwa sababu hata kule zikiwekwa labda ni ranches, lakini ile ya community land Lamu hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kwa serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza naomba hili lifanyike. Na pia ulikuja Lamu waziri, tukakaa kwa kikao kizuri, lakini hatujapata majibu. Tunaomba majibu kwa muda wa mapema. Asante.
Just one moment for the honorable member for. I'm going. Proceed.
The mic? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. My question directly goes to the Lands and Housing CS on compensation. There's a road that was done in 2002 for Kipsigak, Serem, Shemakogo Road under the Kera Road land LR 0333. People have not been compensated up to date. It's been more than 20 years.
Fair enough.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, what
Order,
is the
order,
CS? What measures is the CS and his team putting in place so that such similar issues does not recur from one government to the other, so that we can sort these issues once and for all? Thank you.
Order. No. You. This is supplementary on which question? Do you remember the last question, which is supposed to have a supplementary? There's a leeway that we're given, and the minister, please give an undertaking on all this so that we can go to the next question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. One with Mkotoni scheme in Lamu, I was there, as the Honorable Member has said, and I want to assure her that...
who are you informing, the minister or the chair, or who are you informing? Okay, proceed and inform him. Inform him.
Inaitwa Mkokoni. Huko ni area ya Wabajuni, si Mkokoni. Mkokoteni sijui ni Mkokoni. Sio Mkokoteni. Inaitwa Mkokoni, mji wa waungwana.
Mheshimiwa Ruwaida, hata hiyo ungesema nidhamu badala ya kusema point of order. Kama ni Kiswahili, twende na Kiswahili mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Haya, tuendelee.
Yes, kwa hivyo kule Mkokoni scheme tutamaliza surveying within the 6 months. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo tutakuwa tumelimalizia.
Undertake for Kirinyaga and undertake for Mandera. We go to the next question.
Yes, what
and MP for Mgwen. Yeah.
Yes, I'm undertaking, Honorable Speaker, excellent, that in the next one I'll come with a report and to this Honorable House.
Yes.
And make sure that I have answers to all those.
Take note of that, included the answer, so that you have the specifics of that.
Thank you.
Now I think we go to order. Yes, given an undertaking also.
Oh, valuation.
Waziri, Minister, can you take also for Nyamira, make the undertaking?
For Nyamira, sure. Thank you.
Fair enough?
Yes.
It is undertaken also.
Yes, it's to do with the NLC and us. Yes, there was that pronouncement, but what we are doing is that within the law, we have been in touch with the AG's office, and we are looking to ways of amending the act so that we are in line with, whatever we do will be in line with the law. So there's consultation between the ministry and the AG to make sure that we align to what
next question. Next question. Question number 117, MP for Mpakasi West. The Honorable Betzimba, you could raise that matter that is barring you on the next question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member. What's your point of order?
The mic here.
Honorable Speaker, I don't feel satisfied with such an answer. And I feel like you are rushing the answer so fast that we are not getting.
Order. The basic rules you learn in a very special way is that you do not cast aspersions on the conduct in which the chair is running this house. That immediately gets you for the rest of the day, but I'm not going to do that. Now, next question, Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 117 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary, one, provide details on the status of ownership of parcel of land popularly referred to as MCO in Molem Ward in Embakasi West constituency and registered as LR number 12304, original number 11344/1, LR 12504 and LR 12147, original number 11344/4. Question 2 state whether the ministry has issued a different title deed with respect to the said parcel of land to Kiambu Dandora, or a registered group or any other person or persons. And question 3 explain why court orders issued in 2019 on ELC case number 1518 of 2013 and in November 2022 with respect to vacation of the said parcel of land by trespassers are yet to be implemented. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to question 5, part 1, I wish to respond as follows. According to our records, LR number 12034, original number 11344/1, measuring approximately 35.35 hectares, was initially registered as grant number 26181 in favor of the City Council of Nairobi. Annexure 4 is a copy of the title. On June 23rd, 1975, the parcel was transferred to MCO Steel Works Kenya Limited. On July 28th, 2008, the parcel was transferred to MCO Billets and Steel Limited. On April 4th, 2018, the parcel was subdivided into 2 portions, that is LR number 12034/2, measuring 4.920 hectares, and LR number 12034/3, measuring 29.42 hectares. On September 6th, 2018, LR number 12034/2, that is the certificate of title IR 195068, was transferred to Tononoko Rolling Mills Limited and is currently charged in favor of Barclays Bank of Kenya Limited for $4 million. There's an attached annexure 5. LR number 12034/3, certificate of title IR 195069, is currently registered in favor of MCO Billets and Steel Limited and is charged in favor of Cooperative Bank of Kenya Limited for Kenya shillings 1,896,207,954. And there is an attached annexure 6. LR number 12247, original title 1134/4, measuring approximately 5.198 hectares, is currently registered in favor of MCO Steel Works Kenya Limited. See grant number IR 33533 and marked as annexure 7. The title was initially granted to the then City Council of Nairobi on a 99-year lease, which commenced on January 1st, 1978, to be utilized for a steel rolling mill. The council transferred the parcel to MCO Steel Works Kenya Limited on April 16, 1981. LR number 12504, measuring approximately 10.06 hectares, is currently registered in favor of MCO Billets and Steel Limited. You can see grant number IR 33501 marked as annexure 4. The parcel was granted on a 99-year lease, which commenced on October 1st, 1978, to be utilized for industrial purposes. Honorable Speaker, in response to question 2, I wish to state as follows. In Nairobi, HCCC number 1348 of 1972, Kiambu Dandora Farmers Company Limited was decreed as the registered proprietor of LL number 11379/3, measuring approximately 818 acres. From the parcels listed above, LR number 12504, currently registered in favor of MCO Billets and Steel Limited, is located within LR number 11379/3. This has thus led to the conflict between the two companies. In 1974, the then Commissioner of Lands sought to acquire LR number 11379/3 for future urban development via Gazette notices number 840 and 841, published on March 15, 1974. Annexed 9 are copies of the Gazette notices. Through the said acquisition, LR number 12504 was allocated for industrial purposes. Kiambu Dandora Farmers Company Limited claim it was never compensated and have filed Nairobi Constitutional Petition number 47 of 2011, now consolidated with Nairobi ELC case number 1518 of 2013, seeking their land or alternative compensation for the land. Honorable Speaker, this matter is in court pending determination. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister, and I hope he will share the written submissions with me. Honourable Speaker, with my supplementary question, is that how come then that there's a block 242 by the Ministry of Land subdividing the exact same parcel of land and has proceeded to even issue letters of allotment from the same parcel of land? So that's my first question, is that has the ministry gone ahead to subdivide in spite of all this, the information that the minister has shared? And secondly, Honorable Speaker, my question is, why is the ministry allowing subdivisions to occur, especially in Molem Ward, where subdivisions of parcels of land? Honorable Speaker, I think you need to protect me from some noisemakers.
Order, Honorable Kajwang and the Honorable MP for Nyando. Order. Can you consult in low tones? Which is very low tones.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So my question to the ministry is why they are allowing subdivision of parcels of land that measure 20, 30, 40 acres without providing for surrender of public utilities, as has been the custom in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, I raise this issue because this is happening in Molem Ward, where the ministry is allowing subdivision of properties. In this ward, Honorable Speaker, there are 89,000 people who reside in this ward as at 2019. It is now the third most populous ward in Nairobi, and it only has one public primary school. There's no secondary school, there's no hospital, there's no social, there is nothing. But the land is being subdivided to individuals. Honorable Speaker, thank you, and I hope CS will answer.
Honorable Junet, you on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank the Minister for the answer he has given on this question. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that people in the previous regime wanted to steal this land from those people called MCO. And that matter came to this House. And those are the true records. What he read here are the true records. These other shenanigans of this court is to deny those people their rightful ownership of their land. So, Mr. Minister, stick to that line and don't change. If you change, the House will come for you. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, my question is, my supplementary question is, we have been told in the housing sector, that every constituency, we are going to build 200 low-cost housing. Where will you find
200
houses?
200.
200 houses in every constituency. I think it's, I don't know, it's for civil servant or what. But now the question I'm asking is, where are you going to find that land in those constituencies? Nairobi, you know, in my place, there is no free land. All the land belongs to people. They are ancestral lands. Everyone occupies his own, our own land. Where are you going to find that land where you're going to put these so-called 200 houses?
Yes, who is the MP for Baringo Central? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is very simple. What measures as the CS in making sure that corruption at the headquarters of Ministry of Land is done, is stopped completely? Number two, what measures does the CS has also in making sure all land registries in Kenya do not collect money from the people? Especially at this one, I'm even concerned with my constituency because my people are complaining that the land registrars are collecting money day and night. So can the minister assure this country that he is going to clean up his ministry? Thank you, Honorable
The
Speaker.
Honorable Bedzimba. Bedzimba MP for Kiswani. Kisauni.
Kisauni, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Kisauni, yes.
Yes. Asante
Yeah, what's
sana.
the point of order, Honorable Junet?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the minister is aware that there's a letter written by someone, R.J. Simiyu, subdividing the same land to people. And it is dated 16th of May this year, 2023. And you have just read here that this land belongs to those people who have titles.
Honorable Bedzimba, can you ask a supplementary?
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa nafasi kuuliza swala
Are you tabling the letter?
Swala la ziada. Eneo bunge la Kisauni, waziri, eneo bunge la Kisauni ardhi ni tatizo sugu. Je, wizara ina mikakati gani kuweza kuyakomboa mashamba ili wananchi waishi kwa amani, kama shamba la ugatuzi, shamba la Kashani na mashamba yaliyoko Junda? Je, mna mikakati gani ili kuweza kuyakomboa hayo maardhi?
The Honorable Junet, are you tabling a letter? Can you table it? And when you table a letter, you table it and then you give it to the minister to go through it also.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I wish to table this letter.
Proceed.
It is written to Mrs. Jacqueline Wambui Kinyanjui of PO Box 64, Nairobi, plot number Nairobi block, the same subdivision scheme approval, dated for 16th May 2023. Mr. Speaker, signed by R.J. Simiyu for Director, Land Administration, and copied to Director of Surveys, Nairobi.
Can you bring the letter to the chair? And the clerks are there. Order. The standard is ordinarily this is a headed letter, yes, coming from the Minister of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. And it is signed by or for the director, R.J. Simiyu, and the details are there. For purposes of Parliament, this is, as far as you are concerned, authentic, unless otherwise proven. So give it to the minister. Yes, any other supplementary question? Because once the minister answers, we're going to the next order.
Mheshimiwa Speaker. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nilikuwa nikieleza na ukawa na wewe unazungumza na Mheshimiwa Junet. Sijui kama waziri alipata swali langu. Waziri, swali. Eneo bunge la Kisauni ardhi ni tatizo sugu. Je, wizara na makakati gani ya kuweza kuyakomboa mashamba ili wananchi waishi kwa amani, kama shamba la ugatuzi, shamba la Kashani na mashamba yaliyoko Junda? Je, wizara na makakati gani kuweza kuyakomboa?
Honorable Sigei. Francis Sigei.
Yes. Mr. Speaker,
I want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to mention that the issue of Kiabu Dandora have gone through my hands, but somehow, Mr. Speaker, we were unable to solve it. It's so complicated. There are so many litigants, and therefore, I don't know what the minister will do, because how do we do away with these litigants who are perpetually going to court? It's very difficult. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question on Sotik, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister about the issue of compensation. In a road which is called Sotik, Cheborge to Roret. This road was done in 2010. And some old men, Mr. Speaker, have died, going to the Ministry of Lands asking for compensation. And up to date, there has been no compensation. Secondly, there is a road from Sotik to Ndanai, Korgor. Our people are going to the ministry all the time. We have written letters to them. And up to now, there is no compensation. Mr. Speaker, my people are coming to my office all the time. And Buenos Aires, I would like, through the Speaker, I would like to know when these people of my area are going to be compensated. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed. It's well taken. Any other supplementary? We'll take 2 more supplementary questions, and then the minister. The Honourable MP for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
By the MP for
May I also take this opportunity to appreciate the minister, because he's been able to actually answer all varied questions, including undertaking that he'll bring results. I really appreciate that he's able to do that. My question is relating to the title deeds. The last government, a lot of titles were given, and including in my constituency, titles that for a long time were lying in the ministry. But what has come out is that many of these titles actually came in the names of people who were deceased, and the pieces of land themselves had passed hands locally in various places. It has therefore generated a lot of activities in the land offices, and yet in some constituencies like mine, Seme, there is actually no land register or land registry. So people have to travel long ways. Are there plans actually to employ registrars, establish land registries in these constituencies, such as Seme, so that people don't have to travel to solve these complex issues that have come from a good thing of issuing title deeds? Thank you, Sir Speaker.
Just May, the last one. Okay, Mogaka will be the last one. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Once again, it's just a straightforward question to the Minister. I'm a Member of Parliament from Nandi County, a constituency called Chesumei. My question would be, we have squatters in Nandi County, and especially in my constituency, we have the Mwain and Tuya Bay squatters. They have been coming to my office all through seeking for compensation and seeking for relocation of land. How far have their matter gone? And number two, again, there is compensation of land also for the great people of the Talai community who live between Chepkober and Kapsisiwa. Their land, there was stomach which was put there, hence they gave out their land, and up to now they have not received compensation. That is in Chesumei constituency. The road from Chepterit to Kaiboi, when it was constructed, they gave out their piece of land, and up to now, a section of them from Chepkober to Kapsisiwa have not been compensated. So can the minister actually tell us or tell me the plight of compensation for those people?
Fair
Thank
enough.
you.
Mogaka, the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask the CS to note that within Nyamira Land Registry, there is a community land that was reserved for Nyaiwa Nursery School. I repeat, Nyaiwa Nursery School. The nursery school business has since been taken over by the county governments. What measures will the minister do to ensure that that land that was reserved for Nyaiwa Nursery School reverts to the community and continues being used by the community for gatherings, prayers, funerals, and no government agency alienates that land, because that is the only community land available within Nyamira? Thank you,
You made
Mr.
your
Speaker.
point, the minister. The chair still understands that a lot of the questions you're being asked were not questions in the original text.
Right.
And you can only give an undertaking.
Thank you.
To come back and answer those questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Starting with the last one of the Nyaiwa Nursery School. If that land was meant for the nursery school, then purely that's a county government's land. So I think, I don't know whether it has been developed for any other thing, but I think you can liaise with the county government for any other use. On titles that were given out and they turned up to the owners had died, usually before any title is processed, there are documents that are provided. So if those documents were provided and then later those people died, then there's the succession process that has to take place. So that's something that we can work together with the ministry, and where registries are constrained, we are mapping out the entire country to see that we gazette more registries so that each and every part of this country, our wananchis are served without delay. Where Honorable Member Honorable Mwenje, the issue you raised, I'm not aware. I'm going to go through the document that was given out to authenticate whether it originated from our offices, and I'll give that, I take that undertaking
to report back to the House.
Yes, to report back to the House. Also on issues of subdivision, it's good for this House to note that the surrender and approval of subdivision is usually done by the county government. So if there are issues where there are lands, public land that is supposed to be surrendered, then I think we can pick that with the county government. On affordable housing, yes, the government has undertaken to do 200 units in every constituency. Where we have no public land, either from the county or national government, we are encouraging the MPs to have these joint ventures. We can have the PPP or joint ventures, and that way we are going to help as a ministry to make sure that we provide those houses to all our Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to put together all those questions.
Enough. Yes, you've done enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Also for compensation, as I've said earlier, that is an National Lands Commission work, but I will be with them. I'll talk to them so that when coming back, Honorable Speaker, I'll be able to answer that in this other house.
Honorable Koya, are you on a point of order? What's your point of order?
Well, I appreciate the minister's reaction to the questions we asked with Honorable Jared Okello. He indicated on the investigation progress, but suddenly he did not indicate whether and when they are going to do the reconstruction.
He said he's going to do all that and report back to the House.
No, he said he's going to do a trailer and then it stopped there. I don't know if the trailer is the reconstruction or whether they have it's done arrangements to
The
reconstruct
minister, to the
office.
best of the hearing of the chair, has given an undertaking on all the areas that you raised, and we will see the report back. And I told him actually to access the Hansard so that he knows that he has addressed every part. Ordinarily, when we used to have cabinet ministers coming in here, and there's a question, and then you ask a different question, the cabinet minister will just say, you go and file that question yourself, and we'll answer you when you file it. It's a different question from what's in the order paper. But I do appreciate the good work that's being done on both sides. One, on the part of the members here, to literally raise up every issue that needs to be raised up. And as far as land is concerned, and the fact that the minister is willing to go back and address all those issues, even if they are not in the original text of the order paper for the day. Mr. Minister, but Zimba, are you on a point of order?
Mheshimiwa Spika,
we need to go to the next order.
Waziri hakujibu swali mikakati walioko nao kama wizara kuweza kuyakomboa mashamba katika eneo bunge la Kisauni. Hilo hakuweza kulijibu, ingawa si swali lilikuwa limeandikiwa, lakini akiomba muda pia ni sawa, bora nipate jawabu.
Waziri, you could make an undertaking to look into that also and report back to the House.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Regularization of squatters in Kisauni constituencies, the government has regularized and titled in some parts of Kisauni. However, the government will seek for more funds to settle squatters on private land. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo tunaliangalia, tunajua ndio kuna shida kule, lakini kama serikali tutajaribu kuona kwamba wale squatters, kwa sababu kunajua kuna squatters wengi, tuone ni jinsi ipi ambavyo serikali itatafuta ardhi ili iweze kusettle wale squatters ambao wako katika sehemu hiyo.
Fair enough, Honorable Minister. Wenje. Yes, we need
Honorable Speaker, I requested if there was a written response. Waziri did not respond.
The Waziri he will not send an oral response. He's going to send to the House written responses on all the areas that essentially he has given an undertaking. And he understands that. Communication is written.
Question. No, not on the supplementary. The initial question that he had notice on.
He has provided you that. Oh, you want the written answer yourself? Oh, fair enough. The chair will provide you with that. So the minister will provide you with that. Mr. Minister, thank you very much for having done a good job. And clearly, this is the teething periods for this new way of trying to get in the engagement between the executive and Parliament on the floor of the House. And I'm sure you'll do even a much better job the next time. Thank you very much. Next order. Next order. Order. Next order.
Order number 10, motion.
On the next order, you cannot, we don't even have the motion. Proceed with the motion.
Order number 10, motion. Approval of the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles.
Was this motion moved? Where is the chair of the? Had he moved it? Fair enough. This is now any new member who wants to contribute on this particular number 10, motion number 10, which is the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Republic of Seychelles. My understanding is that it was moved and seconded. Was the question proposed? The question was proposed. Now we are in debate. Yes, the Honorable Junet, you want to contribute on this? Every member has 5 minutes on this matter. If we don't have any more members, then we'll put the question. Now, can somebody rise on the mover to reply, because the chair cannot originate that? Yes. Yes, point. Your order. Proceed, Honorable Kaluma.
Yes, Speaker, I know the challenge that you are facing is that the order paper indicated we'd be dealing with about 3 conventions requiring ratification.
Yes.
It does appear to me that there could be interest. I personally would be interested, but I've only read the report halfway. I would therefore request, Honorable Speaker, that we step down that particular order so that we don't call the mover to reply without the due attention of the House. Treaties, Honorable Speaker, require a bit of consideration because once we ratify them, they become our law. So I only crave your indulgence, Honorable Speaker.
The Chair will clearly indulge in this, and
I thank you.
Yes, the MP for Chesume.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I just wanted to bring to your attention, at this rate, when we are struggling this much, do we have the right quorum to continue with the debate?
Oh, you have raised the issue of quorum. Do we have quorum? Can you ring? We don't have quorum do we have quorum or we don't? We don't have quorum. That's what the clerks at the table tell me. So ring the bell for 10 minutes. Order, Honorable Zamzam, when there is the bell is ringing, you're not allowed to leave the house. Okay, you might have some other needs. Proceed. There is no session of the House. If there's no House until the. But what point of order? Hakuna nyumba. Nyumba is now on. The bell has been rung. The quorum bell. Only after the quorum bell ceases when the House again comes together as a House. Unless you want to come and approach the chair and talk to them, something you can do. But as of now, you can even cross the aisle. You don't have to observe the rules. The House is not in session. My question, I can't leave the chair myself. Yes, and you can't leave the chamber. You will leave. Nyando, you are yes. Stop ringing the bell now. We've had the 10 minutes. Honorable members, the chair directs that this chair is taking cognizance of the fact that the members have raised a very pertinent issue, that when it comes to conventions, they need to have enough time to be able to go through them and read them, because these are very important ratifications and cooperation agreements between our country and other countries. Some of them are multilateral. So the chair directs that the clerks must upload these things on the portal. So every member has an opportunity to go through in the website, and you acquaint yourself exactly on it, so that next time when you come, you are thoroughly educated on the content of this matter, and for it to be put on the order paper at an appropriate time. Under the circumstances, there being no quorum, the House The time now is 6:52 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 6th of July, 2023, at 2:30 p.m.